Chapter 236, Sudden Change. Lu Mu Yan's fighting spirit was high, but Ji Yu felt bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that killing a mere Lu Mu Yan and a group of people from a small kingdom would lead to a joint confrontation between Si Nan, Luo Li, and Helian Lai. Si Nan, have you really thought it through in going against our empire? Si Nan closed his folding fan, and his handsome facial features were gorgeous. I will naturally cooperate with the Bowtie's request. It was just killing an elite team. He didn't care, even if the opponent was also from a superpower kingdom. Si Nan's androgynous face was exceedingly handsome, and he usually met people with a poisonous mouth and a slovenly attitude, but his temperament was actually capricious, and he didn't avoid killing. Shameless bastard, stop wasting time talking to him. Luo Li glared at Si Nan, then waved his long sword and greeted Mu Tong. Si Nan coughed dryly, then said to Helian Lai, "It'll take 4, you too. Why share, just gang fight." Lu Mu Yan rolled her eyes at Si Nan. "They've got so many people bullying my elder cousin brother, can't you gang fight them?" The corners of Si Nan's eyes twitched. Lu Mu Yan's belly was also filled with bad water. But he liked it. "What are you still standing there for? Gang fight." He turned his head and huffed at the rest of his elite team. To deal with GES lackeys, it was indeed wasting big talent on a petty job if he stepped forward. Helian Lai looked at Lu Mu Yan in amusement, then instructed the rest of his team, "You all go up too." The people in Luo Li's team were also eager to move. They had long been displeased with Ji Yu and his team. "Go." Luo Li's voice sounded leisurely. No longer fighting alone, the few people were soon surrounded by several groups of people, and various sword lights of different colors flashed continuously as the surrounding trees fell one after another. "Luo Li, you really dare to try to kill me?" Mu Tong covered her chest with a look of horror, blood stained all over her body. Luo Li sneered, "Do you, an ugly woman, think you're a celestial or something? This young master will kill if I want to. Even if others are afraid of the Mu clan, but I'm not." With a ruthless look in Mu Tong's eyes, she mobilized her elemental energy and began to cast a secret skill. Mu Ning looked at the secret skill she was using with a chill in her eyes. This was originally a method that the Mu clan only passed on to the main sons and main daughters, but that good father of hers had never mentioned it to her. Who knew that he already passed it on to Mu Tong? The desolation in her heart had long been replaced by disappointment time and again, and now she had no other feelings other than hatred. Mu Tong used the secret skill, but Luo Li wasn't a vegetarian too either. The two quickly battled together. Lu Mu Yan stood in the sky with her golden longsword beneath her feet, formed a few Taoist seals with her hands, then with a wave of her palm, a lifelike fire dragon created from elemental energy loomed over Ji Yu's head. Ji Yu snorted coldly, and the dark golden scimitars in both hands were tossed out together. Two powerful light shadows slashed towards the fire dragon in the air. The fire dragon roared, and its 4 sharp claws met the 2 light shadows. The space shook a few times, then after the fire dragon met the light shadows, it lit up with a dazzling and brilliant light. After the forces cancelled each other out, the light shadows were shattered by the giant claws of the fire dragon and disappeared into the light. The fire dragon also gradually grew transparent due to the force. "You sure have a lot of unconventional means." Ji Yu looked at Lu Mu Yan with an ugly expression. He had used 9/10 of his power just now, yet who knew that it was scattered by the fire dragon condensed by Lu Mu Yan. Lu Mu Yan raised an eyebrow, "Then I'll let you see this young Miss Sword skills." With a thought, the golden long sword beneath her feet instantly turned into 10 flying swords, all of which rose into the sky. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, quick. With a light shout, the 10 small swords swirled and flew downwards, enclosing Ji Yu in a circle. Sword array. Ji Yu's expression changed, and cautiously held the scimitars while channeling elemental energy into them. Arcs formed by metal elemental energy sword auras erupted from the scimitar with an imposing manner. Take this. At this time, even Yu had to admit that Lu Muyan's array attainments were indeed powerful. Not only could she use fire elemental energy to create a besieging array, but now, she even brought in a sword array within her sword intent. This woman must be rid of. There were more than 100 golden arcs, and they each carried an aura of pressure from a peak phase sword monarch. As soon as they exploded outwards, they wanted to destroy the flying swords that besieged him. Lu Muyan's lips curled up. Rise. The 10 golden flying swords instantly spun around, and hurricanes whirled from the sword array, swallowing the 100 arcs within it. Clang clang. Sounds, like war on a battlefield, resounded. Many sword aura arcs were destroyed by the hurricane, while a small portion overflowed and attacked the flying swords violently. The 10 flying swords retreated a distance of 100 meters away under the influence of the sword aura arcs, but their own sword light didn't dim at all as it continued to rotate, and a hurricane formed again. Ji's eyes revealed ruthlessness, and the scimitars in his hands flew out, suddenly landing above Lu Muyan's head, growing larger, with a killing aura. Cut! He poured the elemental energy of his entire body into the scimitars and said viciously. The scimitars instantly shone brightly and made a few humming sounds. Its power at this moment had already exceeded the strength of a sword monarch. A portion of Lu Muyan's spiritual energy was suppressed by the mighty energy. This was precisely caused by the gap in cultivation base. But there was no fear in her eyes, instead she smiled and said, "Excellent." She pinched a few seals with her hands, then the 10 flying swords seemed to have come to their senses and also let out some hums. The hurricane that was formed suddenly intensified, annihilating the remaining sword aura arcs. The flying swords didn't remain, and like rows of fish playing in water, they flew with liveliness above Lu Muyan's head, instantly merging into a giant golden sword. Under the function of the sword array, countless sword aura light shadows flickered around the giant sword. Although the pressure it exuded was inferior to the enlarged scimitars, but its momentum wasn't weak at all. Ji's Saint Tool was made of high-grade metal attribute materials and if brought out, could be coveted by many, but Lu Muyan's natal magic tool was not only made from several rare metal attribute materials obtained from the Ming Chamber of Commerce Alliance, but she also added the earth-rank spiritual item, the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal. Therefore, even if her cultivation base and pressure was inferior to Ji's scimitars, but her sword was superior to his scimitars by numerous folds, which perfectly made up for her shortcomings. Yu was a favored child of heaven to begin with, so his visions naturally weren't short-sighted. Seeing that Lu Muyan's flying swords could actually achieve unity of heart and mind with her, and most importantly, was that it was even able to compete with his saint tool he was proud of, this golden longsword definitely was extraordinary. A touch of greed flashed across his eyes, but a voice suddenly sounded in his mind and his eyes revealed surprise. The suddenly enlarged scimitars slashed down heavily, while the golden giant sword humming happily, as if excited by seeing some delicious food. Lu Muyan's expression revealed slight strangeness. The natal magic tool that was connected to her mind actually passed onto her a desire to devour the dark golden scimitars. Did she raise this to give birth to a tool spirit so fast? But that wasn't quite right either. The purple gold spirit flame within her dantian leapt around, with the humming of the giant sword, as if it had been stimulated with excitement, wanting to leap out. This kind of sudden change even caught her off guard. Lu Muyan hurriedly mobilized the green fog in her dantian to suppress and conceal it, then her mind became clear and she had a guess in her heart. 1. To have a belly filled with bad water means that she's filled with wicked ideas. 2. Being a vegetarian means being weak in this case, so it's saying here that Luoli wasn't weak either. Chapter 237, Talisman Master Gs suddenly enlarged scimitars slashed down heavily after he channeled elemental energy into it, attempting to slice apart the golden giant sword above Lu Muyan's head, and, while it was at it, also take her head. Seeing the scimitars slashing down with boundless power, as if it could defeat Lu Mu Yan as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Luo Li and the others all stared at Lu Mu Yan's figure with nervousness, for fear that something would happen to her. But right now, even if any one of them wanted to intervene, it would be too late. Lu Mu Yan's eyes were like chilling stars. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. This Ji actually wanted to behead her. It made an unprecedented killing intent rise within her. Break! She no longer suppressed the purple gold spirit flame in her body and allowed it to dance in her dantian. A sliver of a natal fire origin overflowed from her meridians and merged with the spiritual energy, channeling it into her natal magic tool. The golden giant sword that guarded above her head hummed cheerfully under the support of the purple gold spirit flame, and turned into a soft sword, wrapping around the huge scimitars that had swung down. Clang! There was only a slight noise when the two touched. Just when everyone thought that Lu Mu Yan might be hurt by the sword aura of the scimitars, they saw her golden giant sword softly wrap around the scimitars, preventing it from moving half a step, and they all showed a frightened expression. Just what sort of saint tool did Lu Mu Yan own? It could even change shape freely. Ji's eyes revealed a bit of horror. He found that the connection between himself and the scimitar saint tools was actually slowly weakening, and the power of the scimitar saint tools were also fading. Just what was happening? Lu Mu Yan looked at the extremely soft and flexible soft sword in surprise and couldn't resist holding her forehead. Was this still a sword? Why was it so much like a rope? Because the natal magic tool was connected to her mind, so she could deeply feel its excitement and hunger at this time. Those dark golden scimitars were precisely the food it wanted to forcibly obtain. With the help of that wisp of purple gold spirit flame, the heat of the golden sword continued to rise, gradually blending with the scimitars. What? How could this be? My saint tool. The connection between the scimitars and Ji had completely cut off, and his mouth was wide open, while his expression was filled with incredulity. Lu Mu Yan blinked. The heavenly frost golden essence used to refine her natal magic tool was a divine rank spiritual item born alongside the purple gold spirit flame to begin with. The two of them were subdued and refined by her, so although she was very surprised that the golden sword could now borrow the power of the purple gold spirit flame to devour other weapons of the same attribute, but it was understandable. There was a smile in her eyes. Who knew that Ji's scimitars had accidentally activated the devouring talent of her natal magic tool? In the future, the natal magic tool could not only be cultivated and upgraded in her body, but it could also be upgraded by devouring high-level magic tools of the same attribute. She had only heard of such a magic tool in the immortal cultivation world, but she had never seen it before. This time, it actually happened to her own natal magic tool, which made her unable to resist rejoicing. Ji's expression was ugly, and the voice in his mind grew stronger and stronger. His gaze swept over the people on Lu Mu Yan's side with some fear, and his eyes revealed a firm and vicious look. Today, even if he won Lu Mu Yan by using all his trump cards, but there were still Luo Yi, Si Nan, and the others. It was simply impossible for him to truly kill her. He looked at the scimitars that he had lost connection with grimly, then resolutely took out a talisman from his interspatial ring. He channeled elemental energy into it, his heart in pain at using this, and with a tight squeeze, his figure suddenly blurred and quickly disappeared in this forest. His aura no longer existed within thousands of li. It's the wind-riding talisman. Si Nan said with furrowed brows. Lu Mu Yan knew that there were actually 3 types of smiths on this continent. One was simply a pure smith, one was a leather armor master, and the final one was a talisman master one. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Smiths mainly refined attack and defense-type magic tools, and usually needed spars for refining to refine them. Leader armor masters were different as they mainly used demonic beast skin and bone as the main materials for refining and were mostly refined into leather armor worn on the body for defense. Meanwhile, a talisman master mainly refined talismans, sealing some spells or arrays into the talisman which could be used for battle and could also assist in cultivating and saving one's life. Among the three professions, the pure smith was the most popular, followed by talisman master, then finally leather armor master. Of course, if there was a sword master with excelling talent, then they could also learn all three. What's the wind riding talisman? Used to escape. Lu Mu Yen looked at Si Nan and asked. As an almighty of the immortal cultivation world, she could refine talismans, but the talisman masters on this continent were super rare professions like spiritual wine masters. Yanzhou Kingdom had no talisman masters at all, and there were very few related records, so she wasn't very clear about the details of talisman masters. Seeing Ji Yu take out the wind-riding talisman just now, she felt a familiar aura. It shouldn't be too different from the talismans she knew of. Si Nan pierced the enemy's heart directly with his golden foil folding fan, then the fan returned to his hand without a drop of blood. The wind-riding talisman can be regarded as a middle-grade talisman. It can improve the sword master's speed by 10 to 30 times. Ji Yu used it to escape. Lu Mu Yen lowered her head and pondered. It could increase the user's speed by 10 to 30 times. It seemed to be even more powerful than the divine movement talisman of the spiritual world. It seemed that not everything on this continent was inferior to the immortal cultivation world. There were still many things she needed to learn and understand. Don't worry, Ji Ye's younger brother, Ji Xian, would rather him die and won't help him. What's more, we've killed all his men now, so he won't be able to achieve anything in the future. Seeing her lower her head in thought, Si Nan guessed that she was afraid that after Ji Yu ran away, he would become a serious concern in the future, so he spoke out to reassure her. Lu Mu Yen raised her head and chuckled. I'm just thinking about the wind-riding talisman. No one can say for certain whether Ji Yu can achieve anything or not in the future. It's useless to think too much now that the person's run away. Ji Yu was ruthless and decisive in doing things. This time, by letting him escape, it had indeed left future trouble. But Lu Mu Yen didn't think too much about it. When the boat reached the bridge, it would naturally pass underneath without much trouble too. She just thought that the next time she met Ji Yu, she must not let him run away. The wind-riding talisman is rarely found in the outside world. Ji Ye's maternal clan has a guest grade 3 talisman master, so that talisman must have been given to him by his maternal grandfather. Si Nan paused, then said, the requirements for becoming a talisman master are very harsh. Only a smith that had comprehended the fire element, metal element and earth element can refine them, so talismans are a very rare thing. Then isn't a talisman master very popular and makes a lot of money? Lu Mu Yan's eyes were filled with bright light. The corner of Si Nan's lips twitched. A mysterious and unfathomable talisman master seemed to have just become a tool for making money coming from Lu Mu Yan's mouth. If there were pedantic and inflexible people here that stubbornly stuck to outworn rules and ideas, they would definitely curse her for being a disgrace to the cultured. Actually, these special occupations aren't something one can become just by having talent. Although many people compete for the things that they refine and they practically have no shortage of money, but the initial investment cost is also huge. Without some capital for consumption to advance in grade, one could only waste their talent. Si Nan said a little more indirectly. Lu Mu Yen nodded. It was indeed far too difficult to advance in grade without a strong family background or without their own fortuitous opportunities. For example, a talisman master, just the blood essence of various demonic beasts and various beast skins as main materials in the early stages already cost a lot of money. Her eyes shone brightly. After she went to a sept, she could study the talisman skills of this continent a bit. Although she wasn't very interested in smithing, but because talismans were related to arrays, so she was rather thorough in her research of talismans. 1. Time to go back and correct each time I use the word talisman into something different. Maybe into rune. I think all along, the author has been using the word rune. Oh, the difficulties of grasping the nuances in another language when they use practically the exact same characters. Anyways, the talismans mentioned here are those rectangular pieces of paper that you might have seen before with unique characters and symbols drawn on them. Apologies if you do see some discrepancies for a while, since I might not get to correcting some terminology from previous chapters for a bit. Two things will work itself out eventually. Luoli, you can't kill me. If you kill me, our Mu clan will never let you go. At this time, Mu Tong was in a complete sorry state. Her clothes were completely stained with blood, and her hair had become loose and messy. Seeing Ji Yu abandon her, she felt a chill in her heart and looked at Luoli in horror. "Tsk, our Luo clan will be afraid of your Mu clan." Luoli pursed his lips in disdain. Seeing Ji Yu escape, the group of elites, aside from Mu Tong, were all dead from being ganged up on. He turned to look at Lu Mu Yen and aside, "How should we handle her?" Lu Mu Yen glanced at Mu Tong casually. She didn't want to dirty her own hands, but inadvertently saw the killing intent in Mu Ning's eyes. She walked over and said with a smile on her face, "I'll give her to you to deal with." Mu Ning didn't expect Lu Mu Yen to say such a thing to her and asked in surprise, "Why?" "Because you might be my future elder cousin sister-in-law." Lu Mu Yen blinked with a straightforward mischievous smile. A red glow instantly surfaced on Mu Ning's cold and pale face, and she secretly glanced at the handsome man with an elegant, refined smile in her peripheral vision. Her heart beat faster. She and Ling Fei Yang knew each other when they were very young, and he had rescued her when she was 9 years old and accompanied her through the most difficult days. The two had feelings for each other, but unfortunately, both had a betrothed, so they could only curb their feelings for each other and thought that they would never meet again. Now that her betrothed was snatched by Mu Tong and they annulled the engagement, and Ling Fei Yang's engagement was also annulled even after rescuing that woman named Xue Ling due to being bound by the engagement, almost ruining his entire life. Then when they met again, she didn't expect that she still had the same beating heart for him as before, so she didn't resist getting together with Ling Fei Yang. It was just that she had always been worried that she wasn't worthy of him now, so after suddenly hearing his younger cousin's sister say that, she didn't know what to do. Ling Fei Yang had always known that this younger cousin sister of his was perceptive, but he didn't expect that she could even see the feelings between he and Mu Ning. He gently clasped Mu Ning's hand to reassure her, "She framed you everywhere, and her mother also killed your mother. It is most suitable for you to deal with her." After he finished speaking, he cast a grateful look at Lu Mu Yen. This younger cousin sister's actions were more and more heartwarming. "Thank you." When Mu Ning raised her eyes, her face had recovered to its usual coldness, but her expression when looking at Lu Mu Yen was a little softer. Lu Mu Yen knew that her personality was cold and should be related to the method she cultivated, so she smiled and said, "You're welcome." Mu Ning nodded and walked towards Mu Tong. "Elder sister, do you really want to kill your own younger sister? If father knew your thoughts, he would be very disappointed." Mu Tong was relieved when she saw Lu Mu Yen handing over her life and death to Mu Ning. With a thought, a tinge of pain rose on her face. A mournful look flashed in Mu Ning's eyes, but her emotions calmed when she closed her eyes, then opened them. "So what if he knew? He's not worthy of being my father at all." After the death of her mother, she always thought that her father didn't know the truth, didn't know the evil deeds of Mu Tong's mother and Mu Tong, and tried hard to obtain his approval. But after many assassinations and disappointments, she gradually discovered that he didn't like her at all. On the first day of coming to the competition space, she inadvertently learned that her mother's death was his connivance, and the final trace of family affection was completely wiped away. From then on, she knew that she would no longer have relatives, only enemies. "Elder sister, we're blood-related sisters, you can't kill." Mu Tong's pupils shrank and looked down at the long sword that passed through her chest in disbelief. This bitch actually really wanted to kill her. The words she wanted to say were only half said. Mu Ning's eyes were cold. I won't let the tiger return to the mountain again. After speaking, she didn't give Mu Tong a chance to speak again. She hated this younger sister no less than she did her. She forcefully pulled out the long sword that penetrated her heart, took out a silk cloth and wiped the blood on it, then tossed the silk handkerchief away. Mu Tong's body gradually fell weakly, her eyes bulging, as if she had never truly known this elder sister who had been bullied so badly by her. But, unfortunately for her, it was all too late. Lu Mu Yen expressed appreciation for Mu Ning's decisiveness. If someone like Mu Tong wasn't killed, then it would definitely be troublesome in the future. Yenner, Mu Bai. Ling Fei Yang was very happy to see his younger cousins in the competition space. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, elder cousin brother. How were you all trapped here? Lu Mu Yen asked with a smile. Ling Fei Yang sighed and said, we were snatched of our demonic beasts when we were hunting in a remote mountain a few days ago by these people. There was a little conflict at the time but didn't involve life or death. Today, we happened to be hunting a tier 6 demonic beast and met them. When Mu Tong saw Mu Ning with us, killing intent rose in her. Mu Ning's expression was also apologetic with lingering fears. If Ling Fei Yang's younger cousin sister didn't arrive, then she would have harmed them all. She was grateful to Lu Mu Yen from the bottom of her heart and remembered this kindness in her heart. Lu Mu Yen didn't know that Mu Ning would bring a huge fortuitous opportunity in the future because of today's actions. At this time, she only felt that it was very pleasing to look at this elder cousin sister-in-law. Mu Yen, it looks like we owe you another personal favor. Yi Qing Han's internal injury had healed a lot after taking Lu Mu Yan's pills, and he walked to her side, looking at her with soft eyes. Lu Mu Yen chuckled lightly, must Qing Han and I seem as if we're outsiders. Yi Qing Han was her first sincere friend on this different world and occupied an important position in her heart. They would be best friends forever. Of course I won't treat you like an outsider. Yi Qing Han's face was filled with smiles and ripples rose in his heart. Luo Li and Si Nan glanced at each other, and they both understood each other's thoughts. This man named Yi Qing Han seemed to hold a lot of weight in Lu Mu Yan's heart, but it was also precisely because of this, they both disliked him. Mu Yen, let's find a place to rest. Night is arriving soon. Luo Li stepped forward to block Yi Qing Han's sight and his handsome face was filled with a sunny smile. Yi Qing Han furrowed his brows slightly. He found that this young man with a full head of red hair, and a handsome and flamboyant appearance had a sense of hostility towards him. Lu Mu Yen nodded and said to Yi Qing Han and the others, Qing Han, elder cousin brother, let's all travel together. Sure. The two answered in unison. They had been inquiring about news of Lu Mu Yen recently to begin with, so now that they had finally met, they naturally wanted to compete together and take care of each other. Luo Li's face seemed to darken, but in front of Lu Mu Yen, he wouldn't show any hostility towards Yi Qing Han at all. He gave Si Nan a look as if saying, shameless bastard, you go deal with them. Si Nan rolled his eyes at him. This kid could also be wicked and order people around now. As if he would be a fool to target that handsome man and anger Lu Mu Yen. If you dare, go do it yourself. He tossed Luo Li a provocative look to convey what he wanted to express. Then he leaned in front of Lu Mu Yen and said with a smile, I know a cave down there. Let's go there to rest and wait to depart in the evening. Mu Yi and Shifeng's injuries also recovered a lot. Together, they and Ling Fei Yang lifted their comatose companions who were lying on the ground and walked down the mountain with Lu Mu Yen. Shameless bastard, how about we join forces to get that unsightly man away? Luo Li telepathically said. Si Nan was also very bitter about Lu Mu Yan's intimate attitude towards Yi Qing Han. That woman had never given him any good looks, all right. Let's work together. They just wanted to chase Yi Qing Han away and didn't want to hurt him, otherwise Lu Mu Yan would definitely skin them. Yi Qing Han's deep eyes narrowed slightly. These two men were love rivals. Random note, Welp, Ming Xiao LMY's collecting way too many men now, also hurry up and be in an open relationship already, sob. Chapter 239. Using his body to nourish poison, the group came to the cave that Si Nan spoke of, and the environment was indeed quiet. Lu Mu Yan walked over to the two people who were still in a coma and took their pulses. Then she pierced them with a few golden needles, and only then did the pained expressions on the two gradually ease, and their complexions became rosy. Lu Mu Yan, you know how to heal people too. Luoli looked at Lu Mu Yan in surprise. He had only heard that she could refine pills, but he had never seen it before. Now that he saw her being able to use a few needles to restore the spirit of the two sluggish sword masters, he couldn't resist having a thought. Lu Mu Yan took back the golden needles. Yeah. Then can you cure eye diseases? Luoli asked impatiently. There was always a voice in his heart that told him to believe Lu Mu Yan. Hearing Luoli's words, Luo Ye's body froze. Only Lu Mu Yan noticed this movement. It depends on what kind of eye disease it is. The one you're asking about isn't easy to cure. Lu Mu Yan replied without concealing after pondering for a bit. Luo Li's eyes revealed shock. You know what I'm asking about. Luo Ye's relaxed body froze again. Could it be that Lu Mu Yan discovered his secret? He suffers from an acquired eye disease due to a skill. It can be cured, but now isn't the time. Lu Mu Yan was always observing Luo Ye's blindness. Although she didn't take his pulse, but she already knew the answer inwardly. Luoli grabbed Lu Mu Yan's arm and asked nervously, why isn't it time? Because to treat this kind of eye disease, you need to concoct a type of eye drop for treatment, and I don't have the spiritual herbs to concoct it. Lu Mu Yan shrugged. What kind of spiritual herbs do you need? Luoli asked, pressing his lips together. Lu Mu Yan raised her eyes and looked at Luo Yi. She found that his emotions weren't as calm as he appeared. She thought for a while, then said, I'll give you a list later. Sure. Luoli seemed to be relieved, then asked cautiously, how did you know? Do you believe me if I say I'm a divine doctor? Lu Mu Yan chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Seeing her smile like a flower, Luo Li's heart thumped. Believe. Although Lu Mu Yan was a cunning and black-bellied woman, but she wouldn't joke around with such serious things. It seemed that she indeed saw through eldest brother's illness herself. He couldn't resist looking forward to it inwardly. If Lu Mu Yan really was a divine doctor, then did that mean eldest brother's blindness could be cured? What sign language are you using? Who has an eye disease? Si Nan had never seen Luoli lose his composure like this, and after hearing these two talk, he was mostly confused, so he leaned over to ask. Luoli pushed him away in disgust. Shameless bastard, what does it matter to you? However, he also stopped discussing with Lu Mu Yan. Since she knew about elder brother's situation, then he would ask her when there was no one else. Tisk, I'm just asking, forget it. He rolled his eyes at Luoli, then walked to Lu Mu Yan's side and sat down. He looked at her with his androgynous face and asked with a smile, Little beauty, since you're a divine doctor, how about taking a look at me? Lu Mu Yan looked at him without understanding, then smiled lightly and reached out to check his pulse. Originally, she was just checking casually, but then her face grew more solemn. How is it? Si Nan actually knew about his own situation, but he didn't really expect Lu Mu Yan to know. Lu Mu Yan retrieved her hand and wiped it with a handkerchief, causing Si Nan's lips to twitch. He took a bath every day, all right. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, congratulations to you for having a body filled with blood that's invulnerable to hundreds of poisons. Lu Mu Yan said congratulations on the surface, but her voice didn't really sound congratulatory. Si Nan's eyes widened. You can even figure this out. Shameless bastard, Lu Mu Yan already said she was a divine doctor. Luo Li believed every word that Lu Mu Yan said from the bottom of his heart. I didn't expect the little beauty to really be a divine doctor. Si Nan laughed dryly and asked, can my blood cure poisons? It depends on what kind of poison. Lu Mu Yan replied. What if it's the water illusion nether dream? Si Nan's eyes revealed a hint of caution, then asked after a while. The expression on Lu Mu Yan's face changed. In order to cure the water illusion nether dream, you raise yourself into a poisonous person. Can it really cure it? Si Nan's expression was a little grave and excited. It's hard to say. Lu Mu Yan paused, then continued. It depends on how many years the person has been poisoned, as well as their physique. If the poison time is too long, the poisonous blood in your body might be a little uncertain. 10 years. Si Nan's eyes flashed with pain. After Lu Mu Yan interacted with Si Nan these days, this was the first time that she found that this man with a poisonous tongue and a frivolous personality could show this kind of emotion. If the body was originally a strong man, then 10 years should be fine, but if it were a woman who was poisoned 10 years ago, then even if your blood is completely mature after a period of time, it will still be difficult to cure. At least it will be life-threatening. Lu Mu Yan just felt that the person Si Nan was talking about should be a woman who was very important to him, so she didn't conceal it. Si Nan clenched his hands tightly, and the blue veins on the back of his hands popped. Then is there a way to reduce the danger? The specific situation can't be told until I see the patient. Lu Mu Yan said with a serious expression. Those that are poisoned with the water illusion nether dream usually fall into a deep sleep. If they're poisoned for more than 10 years, then the vitality in their body will also be lost in the 10 years. Using the poisonous blood in you that has become perfected can cure it, but it could also infect them with other poisons. Hearing Lu Mu Yan's sincere words, the last doubt in Si Nan's heart also dissipated, as if grabbing onto a life-saving straw. If you see the patient, can you cure it? If they haven't died, then I have 9/10 of certainty to cure it. Lu Mu Yan still had this confidence. Si Nan's eyes lit up, scorching. How about you go to Ruin Kingdom after the competition? As long as you can save her, no matter what conditions you want, I will promise it all. Can I ask who she is to you? Lu Mu Yan just thought that Si Nan should have been a cold and distant person, but seeing that he was even willing to use his body to nourish poison to cure another, she couldn't help but be slightly moved. She's my Imperial concubine mother. Si Nan's voice was a little hoarse and he lacked his usual slovenly and frivolous attitude. Lu Mu Yan was startled. Seeing that Si Nan's expressions and emotions didn't seem to be fake, it was as if she had a newfound understanding of him, and she was impressed. This man's slovenly attitude was probably also just a cover to conceal his true nature. All right. If you're still alive after the competition, I'll go with you. Lu Mu Yan nodded. Although Ruin Kingdom was in the northern region, but it wasn't too far from Yanzhou Kingdom. Si Nan was a member of the Imperial family. If she helped him, she may get involved in a lot of trouble, but helping him was definitely also beneficial to the Lu clan. And the rarest thing to come by was the pure and innocent heart of a newborn one. No matter how capricious Si Nan was, but using his own body to nourish poison, disregarding his life just to cure his mother, this filial piety deserved her respect. Although she, Lu Mu Yan, wasn't some good person, but back in the mortal world when she learnt medical skills from the divine doctor, she also learnt the benevolence of doctors. Si Nan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by as long as I'm still alive, you'll accompany me? Was this woman cursing him to death? Shouldn't the person who should be most worried about whether they could live or die be herself? An idiom meaning that Si Nan has a sincere heart with wholehearted devotion, like newborn babies who have not yet been tainted. Something like that. Chapter 240, Preliminary Round Countdown. What do you mean by as long as I'm still alive, you'll accompany me? Lu Mu Yen glanced at Si Nan. It literally means what it means. Cough cough, Si Nan coughed dryly, then winked. Am I that weak? Who knows? Lu Mu Yen said lightly. Si Nan looked up at the sky speechlessly. He was obviously very strong, all right. He just didn't show it. If he battled with Luo Yi, it wouldn't be certain who'd win or lose. Qin Han, you all quickly recover. We're going to kill beasts in beast tides to earn points tonight. Lu Mu Yen took out another bottle of elemental recovery pills and tossed it to him. All right. Yi Qin Han took the pills, then distributed the pills in the porcelain bottle to the others calmly. A strong aroma filled the air. Mu Yen, you can already refine grade 3 pills. About right. Lu Mu Yen leaned against the wall lazily. Your talent really is heaven-defying. Yi Qin Han smiled bitterly. He was thrown farther and farther away from her. Lu Mu Yen turned her head and smiled. There are many grade 3 alchemists, it's nothing strange. Her goal wasn't just a grade 3 alchemist. Her goal was to become a grade 10 alchemist that was at the peak of this world. The others had varying expressions when they heard the conversation between the two. They couldn't resist twitching the corners of their lips. There were indeed more grade 3 alchemists than other high-grade alchemists, but no one had heard of a grade 3 alchemist who was less than 18 years old. Her indifferent tone truly made people speechless. Si Nan and Helian Lai were the most shocked. This elemental recovery pill was refined by Lu Mu Yen herself. Didn't she tell Elder Xiao that her master refined it? So it seemed she had lied. Lu Mu Yen, you refined the elemental recovery pills yourself? Luo Li couldn't resist asking. Lu Mu Yen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Take a guess. She felt that a grade 3 alchemist really wasn't something to show off about. This little cat was probably about to explode again. Luo Li glared at her, boring. Then he turned his head away. Lu Mu Yen felt very pleased when she saw that he indeed exploded. Luo Li's face was a little hot. This woman really was hateful, but why did he like her more and more? Yi Qin Han saw Lu Mu Yan's face blossom with a beautiful smile, and his deep eyes darkened. Si Nan glared at Luo Li. He said he was shameless, but Luo Li was also a shameless person. When night fell, a crescent moon hung in the sky, bright and clear. Lu Mu Yen sat on a big rock outside the cave, and the moonlight poured down, making her entire person appear lonely and ethereal. Luo Yi jumped onto the boulder and sat beside her with a handsome figure. Are you here to ask about your eye disease? Lu Mu Yen turned her head and met Luo Yi's clean and bright eyes. She sighed inwardly that it truly would be a waste to keep these beautiful eyes blind. There was a faint smile on Luo Yi's lips, and under the bright and clear moonlight, he looked even more handsome. His voice that was as clear as spring water poured out slowly. When did you find out? The first time we met. Lu Mu Yen replied. Luo Yi was a little taken aback. Your medical skills are indeed brilliant. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, I haven't even checked your pulse for you yet, so how do you know that I'm skilled in medicine? Lu Mu Yan's tone carried with it a slight tease. I indeed became blind due to my cultivation method. Countless physicians and alchemists have come to treat it, but no one has noticed that I have an eye disease. Luo Yi's voice was gentle and serene, with a stirring charm. Can I take your pulse? Lu Mu Yen asked. Luo Yi raised a hand and placed it in front of Lu Mu Yen. Do as you please. Lu Mu Yen chuckled, then reached out to touch that pair of slender and fair wrists. After a while, she said, Did you receive an external inheritance one? Luo Yi was taken aback, and asked in surprise, How did you know? There's a vague energy in your sea of consciousness inside you, but I found that it didn't belong to you. I feel that if it's not the mental energy of an external powerhouse, then it's a mass of soul energy that's about to dissipate. Lu Mu Yen explained. Luo Yi pondered for a bit, then said slowly, I accidentally broke into a tomb when I was 10 years old. By chance, I inherited a divine word skill method, then a soul forcibly entered into my sea of consciousness. Due to the fact that I was still young at the time and my cultivation base wasn't high, I could only barely resist him seizing control of my body. That soul was a sword sovereign powerhouse before his death. He has always wanted to devour my soul and control my body, but unfortunately I possess a special constitution of the Luo clan, so not only did he fail, but his soul energy has been absorbed by me a lot over the years. Then I started cultivating the divine word skill, but my eyes gradually seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, and finally, I became completely blind. Luo Yi sighed. After I refined his soul energy, it was only by using his memory that I knew this was the disadvantage of cultivating the divine word skill. Divine word skill. Is that what you call the ability to calculate and predict? There was no divine word skill in the immortal cultivation world. However, people who comprehended the great path could predict the future, so she was just saying her guesses. Luo Yi nodded, but because of the blindness caused by the inherited method, I've rarely cultivated it since. Therefore, his divine word skills prediction method only remained at initial phase. Those who had already seen the light hated such boundless darkness. So that's how it is. Lu Mu Yen muttered to herself. Can you really cure my blindness? Luo Yi didn't know why, but there was just a feeling in his heart that Lu Mu Yen could really restore light for him. I said I can, so naturally I can. But to cure your blindness, I still need to find several kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual items to concoct a kind of eye-washing and eye-brightening drops. Lu Mu Yen knew that although Luo Yi could use his mental energy to perceive everything in the outside world and live like a normal person, but he yearned to see this colorful world again. This is the list of spiritual herbs that I need to refine it. If you know them, then I'll help you refine it. Then she handed over a prepared jade slip. Before refining the eye drops, you must completely refine that soul in your sea of consciousness. Luo Li took the jade slip and didn't immediately probe into it with his mental energy, much gratitude. Regardless of whether she could really cure his blindness or not, he would still thank Lu Mu Yen. Lu Mu Yen smiled, stood up and patted the dust off her dress. Let's go, it's almost time. All right. The figure of the two talking on the boulder was seen by Yi Qing Han, who walked out of the cave. His eyes were as deep as the sea, but he didn't walk up to interrupt. Night was a time when demonic beasts frequently roamed about. Under the guidance of Mo Yen, Lu Mu Yen led Luo Li and the several other groups to besiege 3 waves of medium-sized beast tides. In pursuit of speed, when meeting the 2 Tier 7 demonic beasts, Lu Mu Yen didn't intervene, and they were both resolved by Luo Yi and Si Nan. After a few more days of night hunting, Lu Mu Yan's score lived up to expectations and she advanced to the Nineth place, shocking numerous elite teams from large kingdoms. Yi Qing Han and the others' points were also soaring vigorously, and all 5 of their team members rushed into the top 100 of the standings. When there was precisely only 10 days left of the preliminary round, a soft bell sounded in all the refuge cities, as if it had come from the distant horizon. The preliminary round countdown had finally arrived. This inheritance is more to do with inheriting power, not something physical like money, etc. Chapter 241 came with evil intent. When the distant and gentle bell rang, Lu Mu Yen was drinking wine and chatting with the other people in the courtyard of an inn in a city. The preliminary round countdown has begun. Luo Li's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Mu Yen shook the white jade wine glass in her hand and the red liquid inside was crystal clear. From today onwards, the targets we need to guard against have increased to the elite teams of other kingdoms too. Shouldn't you say that we can finally snatch their jade tablets? Si Nan's fair, handsome face flushed red after drinking. making him look even more gorgeous. Lu Muyen couldn't resist sighing that Si Nan was truly quite attractive just by looking at his appearance. Helian Lai drank the spiritual wine in his cup. We should have kept Mu Tong and the others and kill them now, so that we can get a few more purple jade tablets. Before the countdown bell of the competition space rang, the identity jade tablets of all dead sword masters would shatter and dissipate, so the jade tablets of Mu Tong and the others disappeared a few days ago already. You're the typical giving advice in hindsight. Si Nan glanced at him. When are we going to the central city? Yi Qinghan asked, looking up at Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen leaned on her chin with one hand, and she shook the wine glass with the other. Well, rush over tonight and go directly to the central city tomorrow. At this time, this team of 5 groups revealed a faint trend of being led by Lu Muyen, and basically no one objected to her decision. Si Nan, I heard that you've always been well informed. Lu Muyen asked lazily. Seeing her half-squinted eyes, lazily leaning her body on the stone table with an indescribable demeanor, Si Nan's eyes rolled in thought, then smiled frivolously. Little beauty really understands me. Lu Muyen rolled her eyes at him. I'll leave it to you to inquire about the purple, orange, and cyan jade tablets. If you see whichever teams are ruthless and cruel, well, attack those teams. The second round of the competition was mainly to snatch identity jade tablets. They needed 10 purple jade tablets, 30 orange jade tablets, 50 cyan jade tablets, and at least 100 jade tablets of other colors in order to continue to advance. During the preliminary round countdown, the competition for jade tablets was allowed, so there definitely would be a lot of gang fights everywhere during these 10 days. No problem, leave that to me. Si Nan tossed a charming look at Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen shuddered, filled with goosebumps, and said coldly, frivolous. Si Nan choked. Lu Muyen really wasn't a normal woman. If in the past he had shown such a devilishly charming smile to the talented female sword masters of those distinguished clans in the Imperial capital, it would definitely cause a group of women to go crazy. But it was precisely because of her uniqueness that he was interested in her, wasn't it? Luo Li and Helian Lai couldn't resist casting a contemptuous look at Si Nan. Serves you right. Yi Qinghan's beautiful thin lips rose in a slight arc. Lu Muyen didn't like men like Si Nan. When it got dark, Lu Muyen and their party left the inn and rushed towards the central city. As soon as they left the city, more than a dozen elite teams immediately followed them. Lu Muyen and the others turned a blind eye. These days, they've been followed by elite teams from other kingdoms each time they went out to hunt at night, and the number of teams only continued to increase. After learning that Lu Muyen could use arrays to deal with medium-sized beast tides, many people had the same thought. Plus the fact that as long as they paid 2/3 of the demonic beast's crystal cores they could kill demonic beasts in the fire array to earn points, so everyone followed them unanimously. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Lu Muyen didn't object either. Her own demonic beasts were very picky, and now only 8 tier 6 demonic beasts crystal cores, even more prodigal than her. So it seemed like she would always lack crystal cores. Besides, if her team continued to eat alone, it would inevitably lead to joint counterattacks by numerous elite teams from large kingdoms. If they left some soup for them to drink, then, putting aside alliances, at least they wouldn't join the army to go against them. Tonight was a little different from the past, however. Sword masters from different teams were on guard against each other, fearing that someone would suddenly jump out and contend for jade tablets. Fortunately, Lu Muyen had given them a heads-up in advance. Anyone who wanted to hunt with them at night to earn points must abide by the rules, and they were not allowed to kill each other, which put an end to the little ideas of many people. That night, under the guidance of Mo Yen, they wiped out 5 waves of beast tides again, and arrived at the central city at dawn the next day. The central city was grandeur and majestic, and one could feel a solemn and ancient atmosphere from even a distance. The city could accommodate at least 10,000 people, and the streets were bustling. There were a few more inns in the central city than in other refuge cities. They still went into the largest one where there were courtyards reserved for the superpower elite teams. No matter where, there would always be special treatment, and only the strong could become the party that enjoyed it. Lu Mu Yen, are we still going out to hunt tonight? Luoli asked Lu Mu Yen right before they were about to return to their rooms. The others also turned their attention to her to see what she decided. We won't go tonight. Let's properly restore our combat power and go group battling tomorrow. Lu Mu Yen left that sentence and entered her room. The others looked at each other. Was there really going to be a group battle tomorrow? How exciting, no. The 5 teams, having interacted with Lu Mu Yen for a long time, had all been infected by her temperament, and they all had a tendency to enjoy the thrill, so they were very enthusiastic about the competition of jade tablets that would soon arrive. Did you feel the resentful gaze that was hiding across the street from us? After entering the room, Mo Yen jumped from Lu Mu Yan's shoulders onto the bed and stretched lazily. Lu Mu Yan looked at the originally prudent and noble Missouri Yan's casual and lazy demeanor right now, and couldn't resist smiling. How could I not have felt such a deep resentment? Why don't we snatch their jade tablets tomorrow? Mo Yen found a soft position and laid there as he suggested. Lu Mu Yan looked at him without a good attitude. That'll be too easy on her. I told her I'll let her experience the taste of rising to the clouds then falling down. Before they checked into the inn just now, there was an obscure, malicious look cast onto them from an alley with killing intent. Even if Lu Mu Yan's mental energy hadn't recovered yet, but she didn't even need to look to know it was Schwellinger. Before, she humiliated Schwellinger and didn't kill her, not because she didn't dare to do it or couldn't do it, but it was purely to destroy her both physically and mentally in the future. Otherwise it would be too boring to toy her to death so easily. Mo Yen raised his head and there was brilliance flowing in his star-like eyes. Whoever offended this woman, whoever would be unlucky. Bing Ji trembled at the smile on Lu Mu Yan's lips. As long as owner smiled like that, then someone would definitely be out of luck. The human-eating blood-thorn vine king shrunk his main branch, secretly thankful that he had abandoned the dark and turned to the light early at the time, otherwise who knows how he would have been cleaned up by little owner. Only Meow Meow kept rubbing against Lu Mu Yan's wrist intimately, indicating that everything owner did was right. Lu Mu Yan naturally noticed the gazes of the several spirit pets. She let out a laugh and shook her head, but she was very happy inwardly. That night, they didn't act, and Lu Mu Yan called everyone out of the city early the next morning. Everyone was basically satisfied with their own points rankings. It was fine as long as they could keep their good ranking. The more important thing at present was to compete for jade tablets. When they walked to a remote mountain in the distance to prepare to hunt and earn points while looking for sword masters from other kingdoms to snatch some jade tablets, they were suddenly blocked by a large group of allied people who appeared. These people basically had 4 words written on their faces, came with evil intent. Suddenly, silhouettes emerged from all directions in the mountains endlessly, and there were nearly 100 people in total. Lu Mu Yen swept the cultivation bases of the people who had come. Most of them were in middle phase Sword Monarch stage, while the leaders were at peak phase Sword Monarch stage, and one of them was an old acquaintance, Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu, a disowned dog like you sure made a huge commotion this time. What are you trying to do this time? Si-Nan opened his folding fan gaudily with a smile and took a step forward, casually scanning the group of leaders. Ji-Yu disliked Si-Nan the most, a vicious tongue and cruel heart that specifically attacked other people's sore spots. Si-Nan, if you don't want to cause trouble, then take your people and leave first. Ji-Yu was still very afraid of this gaudy man. He found out that Si-Nan usually didn't like to bother with other people's business, so he wanted to kick these people away first. Then he would deal with Si-Nan after getting rid of Lu Mu Yen and the others. Si-Nan naturally knew Ji's intentions. Not to mention that he was very interested in Lu Mu Yen right now. Even if he wasn't interested, just based on the fact that she could cure the poison, he wouldn't ignore this. Ji-yu, are you blind? Seeing Ji-ye's expression darken, Sinan felt very pleased. Obviously it's you who brought people to seek trouble from us, but you want to make a false countercharge. Ji-yu knew that Sinan's tongue was poisonous and powerful. He didn't argue with him, and instead said to Lu Muyan's group with a grim look, "Hand over your jade tablets, otherwise there will only be a dead end." The several people beside him looked at Lu Muyan with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Another important reason for coming to snatch the jade tablets this time was because they also wanted to snatch the treasures this woman owned. They heard that she had a lot of grade 3 pills, and that Golden Saint Tool was especially rumored to be exceptionally miraculous, not only able to divide into numerous flying swords and become a sword array, but it could even devour other magic tools. Although they weren't completely convinced, but they couldn't stop the greed and desire in their hearts. If that Saint Tool really was so miraculous, it would be a waste for Lu Muyan, a sword master from a small kingdom, to own it. Pfft, Ji-yu, your head must have been caught between a door. Luoli folded his arms with a bit of contempt in his eyes. Although you have more than twice as many of us, but do you think that these rabble can make us surrender our identity jade tablets? Ji's eyes revealed some killing intent. This Luoli was too annoying. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit one, then don't blame us if you die. Since he dared to incite the other teams of large and medium-sized kingdoms to intercept and kill Luoli and the others, then he naturally came prepared. Lu Muyan furrowed her brows when she saw Ji and the other leaders looking as if they were bound to win. These people must have made some preparations. As she thought, the leaders like Ji suddenly took a few steps back and an array banner appeared in the hands of a black-clothed woman with a veil beside him. Sacrifice. The woman's voice was hoarse and dull, sounding as if she had already passed her twilight years. The array banner in her hand then turned into a black arc and flew into the sky. The black banner gradually unfolded, and a sinister wind came from within it. Then she stamped a few Taoist seals onto the long, black, narrow array banner. Instantly, the long, narrow array banner flashed with black light and a sinister wind surrounded the entire forest together with mournful, shrill weeping. The smell of blood began to spread in all directions and layers of scarlet mist also burst from within the array banner, mixed with the bloody scent, causing many people to turn pale. What sort of iniquitous skill is this? Helian Lai asked with caution. Lu Muyan's eyes revealed a bit of solemnity. The place we stand on has already been arranged with an array by them. What array? That array banner looks so evil. Sinan took a step back, feeling that the sinister aura and bloody scent from that array banner was too strong, making him feel uncomfortable. Not only did he feel this way. Everyone present except Ji's people felt a sense of disgust, and the irritability in their hearts was drawn out a little bit. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Pu-chi. Pu-chi. There was an inexplicable sound that kept resounding. Suddenly, one by one, gray-white bones emerged from underground, revealing their bodies little by little, then eventually turned into skeletons, jadedly walking towards Lu Muyan and the others with a sinister aura. It's really a bone array. Lu Muyan said coldly. Bone array. Do you know this array? Helian Lai felt that the aura of the corpse skeletons that were constantly emerging from the ground weren't weak at all. Bone array, also known as the Fire Devil array, is a kind of evil, sinister and vicious array among the array skills. Lu Muyan paused, then continued. The array master who arranged the array must first throw most of the people into a medicinal liquid to soak, then heat the liquid, boil them alive, then attach souls with a sinister aura and resentment onto the bones of the deceased, finally collecting it into an array banner to form an array, using corpse aura to raise it. The souls of those who were killed, and the resentful souls the array master collected would then turn into nourishment for the array banner. When the bone array activates, then the raised bones would emerge to form an attack source for the array. Those who know Buddhist methods recite the scriptures that help release souls from suffering. The rest protect the spiritual platform too in your sea of consciousness. The bloody fog in the array has the effect of creating illusions. After Lu Mu Yen finished speaking, she turned to Ling Fei Yang and said, "Elder cousin brother, do you know the scriptures for dispelling dark beings?" "Yes." Ling Fei Yang nodded. "Younger cousin sister, don't worry, it'll help protect everyone's spiritual platform. Si Nan, Helian Lai, Luo Li, Luo Yi, the four of you go to the four directions of Zhen, Cand, Zhen, Dui 3 to guard. Don't allow a single skeleton in here." Lu Mu Yan turned her head again and said to the others, "You all close up your spiritual sense and mental energy and divide into 4 groups to help kill the skeletons. Remember to cut off their legs and feet." She didn't expect Ji Yu to invite someone with such high attainments in arrays to arrange a devil array, but luckily the other party's cultivation base was only at initial phase Sword Monarch, and the array banner had yet to be upgraded, otherwise it would be troublesome to break the array today. She stretched out her hands and kept changing her hand gestures. One after another, jade-colored runes leapt out of her palm to form a rune belt that wound around her. "Lu Mu Yen, what are you doing?" Luo Li pressed his lips together and asked, revealing worry in his eyes. This kind of array gave them a very strange feeling, and it was probably not easy to deal with. Lu Mu Yen patted his shoulder and said with a light smile, "It'll break the array, don't worry, little wild cat." Luo Li nodded and didn't care about her calling him little wild cat. In fact, he liked this nickname deep down. "You have to be careful." Seeing her confidence and brilliance, Luo Li lowered his head and smiled. Then he turned and walked towards the Zhen position, wielding his sword, and began to kill the skeletons that kept emerging. Ling Fei Yang sat cross-legged, removed the string of beads that Lu Mu Yen gifted from his wrist and kept turning it as paragraphs of complicated and obscure scriptures came out of his mouth. Circles of extremely pale golden light spread from his body and the bloody red mist retreated as if it had encountered its nemesis. The mournful weeping in the forest grew louder and louder, forming a depressing and eerie atmosphere. Even the elders of the 6 major sects sitting in the central castle had serious expressions on their faces. One meaning to choose to take the harder route instead of the easy route, basically. Can be said in this situation as a means of threat, or, for example, said to someone that was beaten up after choosing the harder route. Like, I gave you a chance, but you chose this route instead. Okay, my last explanation said this spiritual platform might literally be a platform blocking one's cultivation base from advancing. But clearly, that isn't it. And I just did a little more research into what was and found that it's just another dated term for the word soul, spirit, etc. So, yeah, I'll correct my explanation in a previous chapter. Eventually XD, forgive me as it's my first time translating anything to such an extent, so I might be unfamiliar with certain terms. XD. 3. There are 4 different locations of the 8 trigrams, each representing something different. You can search up 8 trigrams and see an easy visual representation. Decided to start putting pictures, so it's down below. XD, but I have seen variations of the 8 trigrams aka Bagua, and this is the one I found that was easiest to understand for people. Usually it's black and white though. I don't know how accurate the meanings behind it are though. Chapter 243. Break the array. The desolate cries sounded from far to near and illusions began to appear in the minds of many sword masters with unstable hearts. Ling Fei Yang's expression was slightly dark. His hand tightly slid across the Buddhist beads and he kept reciting difficult scriptures. Circles of pale golden incantations were derived from the scriptures and gradually surrounded the people in the array. Only then did the sound of weeping slowly die out. The few people with weak willpower in the array had scarlet eyes and slashed with their swords randomly. Only when the voice that lingered in their ears disappeared did the illusion of a sea of corpses and bloody mountains in front of them gradually disappear together. The scarlet in their eyes faded and their minds regained clarity with lingering fear. Everyone who was affected by the evil sound, quickly come sit next to me. Ling Fei Yang said softly. Some of them who felt that their heads were aching until it felt like it was splitting and were unable to resist the devilish sounds that invaded their sea of consciousness quickly sat beside him. Only when they listened to the reassuring, calming scriptures from him did they feel the inexplicable madness and irritability with the desire to kill slowly disappear. Lu Muyan's lips rose into an arc. Her elder cousin brother Shure was very talented in cultivating Buddhism. This way, she can break the array with a peace of mind. In the central castle. What kind of array is that? It looks so evil. The elder of the sword sect furrowed his brows. The sword skills they cultivated focused on righteousness. Such evil arrays were very dislikable to them. The strong and sturdy 8 Extreme sect elder didn't have the happy look on his face when seeing a good seedling either and replied, "Bone array. It's exactly as what the little Lu girl said." "Which kingdom is the woman who arranged this array from?" The wise, white-robed elder of Heavenly Secret Palace asked the person behind him. Replying to elder, according to our information, the masked, black-clothed woman is a sword master from Heiwu Kingdom and she is also the descendant of Heiwu Kingdom's national teacher. The man replied respectfully. The elegant man of the medicine sect tapped the table in front lightly with his fingers, his eyes unclear. Black magic is prevalent in Heiwu Kingdom, and they're famous for their goo poison. This woman, as the descendant of the national teacher, it is understandable that she uses this sort of evil array. However, their medicine sect would not want such pupils, and they did not like the art of the evil goo poison. The eyes of the elder of the vast mountain sect, on the other hand, revealed a hint of interest. In addition to body refining skills, their sect also had a small branch of sword masters who cultivated skills in ghost cultivation and devil cultivation. Crazy old man, that woman is not inferior to little Lu girl in her attainments in arrays. How about you sweet-talk her back and use her to hand in your task of finding pupils? The elder of the Spirit Tamers sect looked at the strong and sturdy man of the 8 Extreme sect and said with a smile. The elder of the 8 Extreme sect snorted coldly, although our sect is a large sect that studies arrays, but we never slaughter innocent people to refine into array banners. We sure are not worthy of such a pupil. Even if the talent of this woman was much higher than Lu Muyan's, he wouldn't want her either. With one look, he could tell she harbored ill intentions. Refining so many resentful souls, her mind is indeed vicious. The elder of the sword sect said. I wonder if little Lu girl can handle it. It would be a pity if she falls in this array. The elder of the medicine sect sighed. Even they found that this array was extremely evil. It would probably be difficult to break this array. The elder of the 8 Extreme sect revealed a rare look of worry. Keep watching. I'm still optimistic about the little Lu girl. Behind them, the stunning, white-clothed man's slim phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. If one looked closely, one could see that was a layer of worry and viciousness in his eyes. He believed in the ability of his family's little woman. If anyone dared to threaten her life, then he would destroy their entire clan. In the array, the jade-colored runes grew longer and longer, wounding around Lu Muyan in circles. She reached out her hand and pinched her fingers to calculate, then took out a few pure white jade stones from within her interspatial ring that she had nourished and tapped them with 2 fingers. Go. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, the pure white jade stones were tossed to 7 directions around her, and the jade runes also turned into 7 streams of light and drilled into the jade stone. The masked woman in black, who had been standing in the back watching the battle, furrowed her brows subconsciously and her voice was still very hoarse. That young woman knows arrays. Not only does she know, but her attainments in arrays are also very strong, and is not outdone by Miss Nuoya. Ji Yu replied with a light smile. He knew that the more he praised Lu Muyan, the more uncomfortable Nuoya would feel. Sure enough, Nuoya's brows furrowed together deeper. How could she be worthy? In our eyes, Miss Nuoya is naturally 100 times stronger than her. Ji Yu agreed. But inwardly, he didn't quite think so. Nuoya's devil skill array was powerful, but it would still be very difficult to trap Si Nan and Luo Yi. The strength of those two people was unfathomable, and even he was unwilling to confront them head-on. Skeletons climbed up from the ground one after another, their mouths making crack sounds, and they were endless, making one's scalp feel numb. Luo Yi and the other three withstood against the army of skeletons in the four directions, but faced with the fact that even after slicing them apart, new skeletons would emerge from the ground, they gradually felt a little powerless. Until when would they have to continue to kill like this? They could only hope that Lu Mu Yen could break this array as soon as possible. Lu Mu Yen looked up and saw the black array banner in the sky constantly flashing with a dim light. Waves of bloody resentment auras exuded from inside to nourish and maintain the attack of the skeletal army. She pondered, but the speed of the seals her hand formed didn't slow down. When the last Taoist seal was formed, she recited the great light mantra that released the undead souls from suffering. The difficult incantation poured out of her mouth, and the jade stones buried in the seven directions flashed different rays of light and spread out little by little. A jade-colored rune belt also lingered on the periphery of the light rays. The seven colors gradually converged to form a circle of colorful rays of light. Cooperating with Lu Mu Yan's mantra, it expanded from the center of the array little by little, and wherever it went, the bloody red mist in the array would be annihilated within the seven-colored light circle. The movements of her hands didn't stop either, and she kept the posture of gesturing and forming seals. Void spirit runes rose into the sky, scattering in all directions, and disappeared after sticking onto surrounding trees. Break! 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 Then she said break 3 times, and the seven-colored glow suddenly grew larger and expanded much faster. When the seven-colored light circle expanded and approached the army of skeletons emerging from the ground, a series of shrill screams sounded ceaselessly, all from the skeletons. With the extension of the seven-colored light circle, the army of skeletons that were shrouded in it stopped moving instantly, and circles of seven-colored light wrapped around them. Wingamingawe Lucianama Hamude Lawan. The speed in which Lu Mu Yen chanted the Great Light Sutra increased several times, and the seven-colored light circle brightened a bit more. Then she put her palms together, took a deep breath, and took out a round golden stone the size of a thumb while spraying a breath of essence onto it. Break! Another shout. Pu-chi! Suddenly, countless seven-colored beams of light shot out from the surrounding trees, engulfing the army of skeletons. The mournful and desolate sounds gradually disappeared, and wisps of smoke emerged from the top of the skeletons' heads, running in the direction of the seven-colored rays of Sanskrit. Soul-releasing magic-breaking array. The strong and sturdy elderly man in the central castle slapped his thigh and let out a laugh. Good. This girl really could break the array. This method of breaking the array is absolutely amazing. This actually a real sutra people apparently say to ward off evil and ghosts, and or sending the ghosts on their way peacefully to the netherworld, etc. if people feel that some place isn't quiet or peaceful. There's no translation of this, not that I've seen. Lu Mu Yan's circle of seven-colored light annihilated all the army of skeletons that were summoned from the array little by little. Condense. The masked, black-clothed woman who was standing outside the array glared and shot a force of elemental energy into the array banner in the air. Lu Mu Yen didn't reveal any weakness either when she saw this. A black light burst out from her cuff and stopped in front of the other party's array banner. A black array flag appeared and slowly unfolded. Both were black, except the veiled, black-clothed woman's array banner reeked of blood and a sinister aura, while Lu Mu Yan's black array flag exuded a gentle and calming aura. An encounter between good and evil naturally required a fight. Kill. The veiled, black-clothed woman's calm and cold eyes revealed a look of fear for the first time. She continued condensing Taoist seals, shooting them into the array banner, and traces of black elemental energy flowed from within her to maintain the array banner and cast spells. So it turned out to be the dark attribute elemental energy. Lu Mu Yen murmured, narrowed her eyes, then quickly condensed Taoist seals. Jade-colored runes with strong elemental energy overflowed from her body and disappeared into the array flag. In addition to the elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there were also wind, ice, thunder, and dark, a total of 9 types. Among them, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the most common. The thunder attribute and dark attribute were not only rare, but also mysterious. People with such attributes had basically become a powerhouse of an area, and they were also objects that major forces vie for and try to win over. The elders of the 6 major sects in the central castle were surprised when they saw the masked, black-clothed woman use the dark elemental energy attribute, each with their own thoughts. The eyes of the elder of the vast mountain sect were even brighter. Lu Mu Yan's body was indeed strong, but she was more talented in other aspects. When the time came, it would probably be difficult for their vast mountain sect to win her over, but this black-clothed woman was different. The other 5 sects didn't like devil cultivation and devil skills, but the vast mountain sect had a branch that specialized in raising these capable people. If the black-clothed woman hadn't encountered Lu Mu Yen, a person with a strong talent for arrays and battled with skills, then she would probably be able to wipe out all the sword masters in the array. Such a sword master, even if they were a devil cultivator, their vast mountain sect wanted them. If they weren't morally right, then after arriving at the sect, they could still change their views. If they raised her well, then her future achievements might not be inferior to Lu Mu Yan's. Of course, they wouldn't let go of Lu Mu Yen either, and would still offer conditions to lure her into the sect as well. Lu Mu Yan's array flag was wrapped with a belt of jade-colored runes, and its light overshadowed the array banner shining in black light. This world had the dark elemental energy attribute, but not the light elemental energy attribute. However, this didn't mean there wasn't a way to deal with it. The profound practice of Buddhism was the nemesis of dark attribute skills. Lu Mu Yen was very irritable when she was stuck at the body fusion stage bottleneck back in the immortal cultivation world. An ascending cultivator from the same city suggested her to cultivate Buddhism to soothe her heart, so she went to one of the most powerful forces in the spiritual world, the Buddhist Ocean Precipice, for advice. Unexpectedly, the head educator of the Buddhist Ocean Precipice was a cultivator she once rescued. When seeing that she was the one asking for advice, aside from the core Buddhist methods that Buddhist Ocean Precipice couldn't leak, she was taught everything else. She wasn't a Buddhist cultivator, but she had a good understanding of Buddhist practice methods, which was more than enough to deal with the dark skills used by this masked, black-clothed woman. Of course, if she encountered a dark attribute sword master with a high level of cultivation, then even if she used Buddhist skills at this time, she would still not be able to suppress this evil dark skill. The black-clothed woman snorted coldly and channeled her whole Buddhist elemental energy into the array banner. The black array banner was wrapped by a powerful sinister aura, and there was a faint trend of suppressing the array flag. Then the array banner spread out and quickly wrapped around the array flag. The array flag was entangled by the black cloth of the array banner, and the jade-colored runes on the flag gradually dimmed. Only upon seeing this did the black-clothed woman reveal a faint smile in her eyes. As expected, Miss Nuoya is powerful. A sword master from a large kingdom who stood behind her complimented. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. The black-clothed woman curbed the expression in her eyes, and she no longer underestimated the purple-clothed stunning woman opposite. She had a feeling that the woman opposite, named Lu Mu Yen, could never become her friend in this life, and would be her lifelong formidable adversary. An arrogant soldier is doomed to lose. She might not necessarily lose. The black-clothed woman pondered for a bit, then said those words in a hoarse voice. She was not a person who wouldn't admit to loss. The reason why she disliked Lu Mu Yan before was because she didn't know she actually had such high talent and means in arrays. Now that they were evenly matched, she had a very strange feeling, but she was certain that it wasn't the killing intent of jealousy. The complimenting man smiled shyly, obviously not expecting Nuoya to say such a thing. Ji Yu used his peripheral vision to glance at Nuoya's face, which was covered by a veil and couldn't be seen clearly. This woman wasn't someone like Mu Tong who was capable of slight scheming but was easy to be arrogant. If she were an enemy, she would be very difficult to deal with. He couldn't resist but secretly rejoiced that he had invited her here. Even if she couldn't defeat Lu Mu Yan here today, the grudge between the two women was probably definitely going to be formed. Lu Mu Yan closed her eyes and didn't continue to condense and form Taoist seals to transfer elemental energy like the black-clothed woman, but instead slowly opened her mouth and recited an obscure scripture. Each time she recited a sentence, the already dim rune belt would light up a little, and after a while, the array flag made a crisp sound. Wang! The jade runes broke away from the array flag and quickly wrapped around the opponent's array banner. The jade-colored runes followed Lu Mu Yan's scriptures, disappearing into the array banner. In an instant, the array flag and array banner vibrated, as if fighting each other. After about an incense stick of time, the sinister aura that the array banner emanated was actually dissolved by the jade runes by more than half. The black light faded. Pu. The masked, black-clothed woman couldn't resist spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ji Yu and the others revealed a little disbelief in their eyes. Lu Mu Yan actually broke Nuoya's array. How was that possible? Nuoya was a genius soul-like figure in the younger generation of Heiwu Kingdom and was also the direct descendant of the national teacher, yet she was defeated just like this by Lu Mu Yan. Not to mention Ji Yu and the others, even Luo Yi, Si Nan, and Helian Lai on Lu Mu Yan's side revealed looks of surprise. If it were them today, they wouldn't even be able to break the opponent's array at all, and although they would be able to escape, but it would be at the cost of being gravely injured. It wasn't because of how strong Nuoya's cultivation base was, but it was that the array and dark elemental energy she controlled was too sinister and too tricky, they simply couldn't guard against it. The several people had heard a little about the cultivation methods of Heiwu Kingdom. Who knew that the #1 genius young woman of Heiwu Kingdom would actually be defeated by Lu Mu Yan today? How terrifying. Nuoya was an extremely decisive person. She took a deep look at Lu Mu Yan, remembered her voice, appearance and smiling look, took out a wind-riding talisman from her interspatial ring and crushed it, and disappeared in this space. I'm not her opponent for the time being. You can all fight on your own. Before she left, she telepathically sent a message to Ji Yu and the others. Then a hoarse female voice sounded above Lu Mu Yan and the others' heads. Lu Mu Yan, correct? You are qualified to be my opponent. I look forward to a fight again in the future. When the voice disappeared, there was no more of that woman's aura. Lu Mu Yan's eyes were as deep as the sea. She looked up in the direction where the black-clothed woman disappeared in, and it took a while before she retrieved her gaze. As soon as the black-clothed woman left, the array banner in the air was also taken away by her. The array that was broken by Lu Mu Yan collapsed and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the figures of Ji Yu and the others were also exposed in the woods. Chapter 245, Ji's trump card was about to be revealed. When the array was destroyed and the mysterious, black-clothed woman left, Lu Mu Yan looked at Ji Yu and his party with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Ji Yu, did you bring these people to gift us identity jade tablets? Ji's face darkened. You think a bit too highly of yourself. Whether high or not, you'll know after fighting. Lu Mu Yan raised an eyebrow. Today, this scourge must be eliminated. Ji Yu also had the same idea. wanting to kill Lu Mu Yan here. He turned his head and said to the leaders of the several other elite teams from large kingdoms, "They have a lot of purple jade tablets in their hands, let's kill." The several people around him originally had some thoughts of leaving when they saw that Nuoya's array was broken, but now they couldn't resist feeling active after hearing Ji Ye's words. Although they were afraid of Si Nan and Luo Yi, but with so many people uniting, they weren't afraid anymore. All right. Kill. After Ji Yu and his party reached an agreement, they drew their swords and surrounded Lu Mu Yan and the others. Lu Mu Yan's lips raised into an arc and said to the people beside her, "Snatch all their jade tablets." All right. Her people had long been rubbing their hands and fists in anticipation, and they all rushed forward. So what if they had a large number of people? They could win even when being besieged by so many demonic beasts in a beast tide. This had more challenge, didn't it? Soon, the people on both sides fought against each other, with the people on Lu Mu Yan's side basically battling 1 against 2 or 1 against 3. Suddenly, Ji Ye's figure loomed in front of her, and a strong palm wind rushed towards her. Lu Mu Yan's eyes turned cold, and she quickly dashed away, dodging Ji Ye's sneak attack, using her flash steps. "This is all that you're capable of." "Humph, it's enough if it could kill you." Ji Yu snorted coldly, and a scarlet longsword appeared in his hand. The scimitars that he used the most effortlessly, and also his strongest weapon, had its connection broken with him last time and he didn't take it with him when he left, so he had to use a spare longsword as his weapon. "Where have you put my scimitars?" He still wanted to get that saint tool back. Lu Mu Yan raised her lips and smiled, took out 2 dark golden scimitars and tossed them to Ji Yu with dislike. "Here you go, don't say that this miss is greedy for your broken things." Ji Ye's face revealed surprise as he carefully took the scimitars, but after channeling elemental energy into it, his face darkened. "There's no metal attribute aura in my saint tool at all. Did you do this?" He was just thinking about why Lu Mu Yan would return the scimitars to him so kindly, so it was because she took away all the metal attributes in the scimitar. Lu Mu Yan smiled lightly. "What metal attribute aura? You must have mythomania." She naturally couldn't tell him that her natal magic tool, because of his scimitars, activated its talent for devouring. There was also an image reflection array here. Maybe the elders of the 6 major sects were currently watching their every move, so she didn't want to expose too much. Don't bully people too far. Ji Yu couldn't hide the ruthlessness and sinister look in his eyes. He rarely had such a strong killing intent towards someone. He channeled elemental energy from his entire body into his scarlet longsword in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and swung the sword down at Lu Mu Yan. A huge light shadow condensed in midair, not far from Lu Mu Yan's head. The huge sword aura light shadow suddenly separated into 1,000 sword lights and shot out from all directions, trying to surround and kill Lu Mu Yan. Lu Mu Yan waved her hand and a huge golden-colored sword light erupted from beneath her feet, and when it fell in front of her, the giant sword turned into 10 golden flying swords. The flying swords formed a circle and protected Lu Mu Yan in it. Scatter. As soon as her voice fell, the 10 flying swords spun rapidly. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, streaks of golden sword light tore swiftly and fiercely through the air from the flying swords, and also turned into 1,000 sword lights to greet Ji Ye's sword aura. Boom boom. The 1,000 sword lights met, and momentous noise sounded, causing the earth to tremble. The dazzling light made the sword masters present unable to resist closing their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that both Lu Mu Yan and Ji Yu were affected and injured by each other's sword lights, each taking a step back. There was a streak of blood on Lu Mu Yan's lips, while Ji Ye's clothes were ragged, and many areas of his body were cut by sword auras. I truly underestimated you. This was the first time that Ji Yu had been in such a sorry state when fighting against someone. Lu Mu Yan raised an eyebrow. Likewise. She really did underestimate Ji Yu before. Just now, He was the one that slashed with all his strength, but it carried with it the strength of a sword sovereign. She fought with all her strength using her natal magic tool, yet still suffered internal injuries. Most importantly, Jiyu hadn't used his trump cards yet. She had to admire within that Jiyu was indeed worthy to be an elite pupil of a superpower kingdom. Whether it was his combat power or adaptability, they were both top grade. Today, I must get rid of you. Ji's eyes burst with a resolute intent, determined to win. Lu Muyen chuckled, smiling like a flower. What you said is precisely what I'm thinking. Bing Ji shuddered when he saw the look in her eyes. The more stunning little owner smiled, the more it meant that she would flip out. He flapped his wings and swiftly parted from Lu Muyen's shoulders to avoid being implicated. Mo Yen also knew Lu Muyen's disposition very well. He stretched out his claws and grabbed the little white snake hanging from her wrist and also distanced themselves slightly. Meow Meow struggled unhappily and said in a tender and sweet voice, "Boss Missouri, why did you grab me? I want to accompany owner." Because Meow Meow devoured many Tier 6 demonic beasts' crystal cores, Meow Meow also successfully entered Tier 6 a few days ago. Even Mo Yen was shocked by such mutant talent. "It's time for you to train." Mo Yen glanced at Meow Meow, then tossed her into the battle circle. Initial phase Sword Monarch Sword Masters are your targets. If you can't kill 10 of them, then don't even think about eating crystal cores today. Meow Meow's cultivation base was advancing too fast, and if she didn't depend on battling to consolidate her strength, then it would definitely leave drawbacks in the future. "Owner, Boss Mo's bullying me." Meow Meow looked at Lu Muyen with teary eyes and dobbied. The corner of Lu Muyen's lips twitched. Although she felt heartache for Meow Meow, but she couldn't indulge her. "Your cultivation base isn't stable, so you should indeed rely on fighting to make up for it. Mo Yen is doing this for your own good." Hearing that Lu Muyen didn't indulge Meow Meow like before, there was a trace of satisfaction in Mo Yen's deep eyes. Meow Meow glared at Mo Yen and said pitifully, "Then if I kill more than 10 Sword Monarch human sword masters, will there be any reward?" "Killing one, it'll reward you with 2 Tier 6 demonic beasts crystal cores and 1 Tier 3 pill." While battling Jiyu, Lu Muyen also waved her hand dismissively and telepathically said. Meow Meow cheered when she heard such a reward, and with a flick of her snake's tail, her body suddenly changed from the thickness of a finger into a giant python more than 10 meters long, opened her large mouth and bit towards the target she had locked onto. Lu Muyen's generosity left Bing Ji completely speechless. Owner was just pampering on this little female serpent too much. Then seeing Meow Meow's behavior, he couldn't resist holding his forehead. Why were the little beauties around him all so violent? Was it simply impossible to properly appreciate beauties now? Jiyu and Lu Muyen blasted each other using sword auras, and Jiyu was gradually forced into the disadvantage. He was shocked to discover that this woman's elemental energy was much purer than his own. The richness of the elemental energy in her body was probably not much less than his own, so it seemed impossible for him to kill Lu Muyen in a war of attrition. He clenched the long sword tightly, took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed determination. He took out a sealed talisman from his interspatial ring. Lu Muyen cautiously glanced at the talisman that carried a mysterious ancient aura in his hand. Ji's trump card was about to be revealed. Chapter 246. The sealed giant Jiao Jiu gritted his teeth and endured the reluctance in his heart. He tossed the talisman in his hand upwards, muttered a few phrases, then a red light flew out from his sleeve and disappeared into the talisman. In an instant, the talisman made a humming sound, struggled in the air, then a beam of yellow light lit up and the entire space shook. "What's this?" a man behind Jiyu asked. Jiyu didn't answer his companion as he stared deeply at the talisman that the yellow light was growing from in the sky. Lu Muyen felt an ancient and powerful aura coming from the talisman, even with a hint of pressure, as if something was about to break out of a cocoon. There was originally a dense layer of an intricate seal on the talisman, but now, after Ji's red light penetrated it, it gradually peeled off and the black runes became lighter and thinner, finally disappearing into the air as dust. Boom boom. Several thunderous sounds rung in the sky, and the originally bright sky was covered with dark clouds. A pressuring, fearful feeling instantly spread throughout the space. The expressions of Nan and the others changed. What is this thing? The aura emanating from this talisman actually made them feel a sense of death, and their hearts couldn't resist sinking. Even the people on Ji's side had a bad premonition. Jiyu, what is this? Jiyu also had an indescribable palpitation in his heart. He furrowed his brows as he said, "This is a high-level talisman my maternal grandfather gave me. It said that killing sword masters beneath Sword Venerable is not a problem." The companions behind him endured the fear and revealed joy in their eyes. If Ji's talisman could kill Nan and the others, then they wouldn't have to fight to death or be seriously injured. Although the number of people on the other side wasn't as much as theirs, but after only fighting for a while, more than half of the people on their side had already been injured or killed. Roar! A startling roar resounded throughout the sky, then a huge yellow gigantic thing broke the seal of the talisman and slipped out. Tier 9 Earth-type Jiao Dragon Soul, everyone be careful. Luo Yi immediately identified what was above his head and he hurriedly led everyone back a distance. That Jiao Dragon had been sealed for countless years, and this time, having been freed from the talisman, it raised its head and happily roared a few times. The Jiao had 4 sharp claws beneath its body and 2 raised bumps on its head. It was possible that if he hadn't died back then and became a demonic spirit, then he would probably have already soared up and transformed into a dragon. Jiao Dragon, a snake-like being with no horns but can evolve into a dragon eventually. Couldn't find a Jiao image with the same description XD, you are the one that let me out? The yellowish-brown giant Jiao squinted at Jiyu below, scanning him with no evident emotions. Jiyu didn't expect that a Tier 9 Jiao Dragon demonic soul was actually sealed in the talisman. No wonder his paternal grandfather told him to use it carefully. It was indeed true that it could kill sword masters under Sword Venerable. It was indeed done by this junior. Ji's attitude was quite sincere. After all, although the other party was a soul that was freed from the talisman by him, but with its strength, it was only normal for him to address him as senior. The Jiao Dragon shook its body, and a wicked look flashed across its eyes. Then it laughed loudly, "Good. Very good." Ji's heart was overjoyed, but he didn't reveal it on his face. Just as he was thinking about how to use the giant Jiao Dragon to kill Lu Mu Yan and the others, an icy aura suddenly approached. As soon as he raised his head, he saw the huge head of the giant Jiao press downwards heavily. Just as he wanted to speak, the huge Jiao opposite suddenly opened its huge mouth and sucked him right in. It was only a few breaths of time from when the Jiao Dragon spoke to when Jiyu was sucked in, and no one could understand what was going on. Wasn't it Jiyu who released this Jiao Dragon? Why was the first person to be eaten actually Jiyu? This was the truest portrayal of what everyone thought, including Lu Mu Yan. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks AH. Why, you actually dared to kill your owner. Half of Ji's body was swallowed by the giant Jiao, and his weak voice came from the Jiao's body. He couldn't understand and died without understanding. The Jiao Dragon snorted coldly and swallowed Jiyu in one gulp. You carry that stinky old man's aura, so you must be his bloodline. When he killed me and sealed me that year, I swore in my heart to destroy him and his descendants. Today, I will first use you as commemoration. Ji's voice was so soft that it was no longer audible. He had probably already turned into the demonic soul's food. The faces of those together with Jiyu changed drastically and they fled in all directions without anyone's order. This Jiao Dragon even killed its own owner, so it was even easier to kill them. Watching the constantly fleeing crowd, the Jiao dragon's eyes revealed slight contempt. This was how these humans were, timid and afraid of death, yet also insidious and cunning. He shook his entire Jiao body and sucked a few times in the direction of those that had escaped. The sword masters who were fleeing all landed in his mouth. Although the Jiao dragon was a demonic spirit, but it could devour human cultivators to replenish his true energy. After all, after being sealed for so long, his soul energy was also very weak. Mo Yen, what should we do? Lu Mu Yen looked at the Jiao dragon not far away with fear. This was a genuine Tier 9 demonic soul. Even if he was currently weak, they still weren't his opponents. Mo Yan's deep and serene eyes not only didn't show any worry, but instead, a gleam of sharp light flashed past. This Jiao dragon's demonic soul is a great nourishment. If he could devour it and refine it, his cultivation base would definitely recover a lot. Lu Mu Yen couldn't resist twitching the corners of her lips. A Tier 9 demonic soul must definitely be nourishing. But as nourishing as it was, one could only look at it. Unless one could actually catch it and eat it. Do you have a solution? Lu Mu Yen saw that his black eyes were bright, so she pressed her glossy lips together and asked. Mo Yen pondered for a moment, then said, "You lead him to a place where there's no one. I naturally have a way to deal with him." Lu Mu Yen still believed in Mo Yen very much. After seeing the Jiao dragon's demonic soul swallow Ji's group, it revealed an unsatisfied look as if wanting to continue, casting its gaze on them. Being stared at by a chilling gaze, Sinan and the others couldn't help but feel as if they weren't able to resist it. This was the gaze of a hunter staring at their prey, and everyone smiled bitterly inwardly. Who would have known that they were the ones hunting demonic beasts recently, only to become delicious food in the eyes of a demonic beast right now? The strength is barely enough for me to recover a layer of power. Unlucky. The Jiao dragon looked at Luo Yi and the others with disgust, as if he had already regarded them as food he was about to consume. Sinan and the others had deep creases on their foreheads. If you feel we're unlucky and disgusting, then don't eat us. Lu Mu Yen caught the heat in the Jiao dragon's eyes. Even if he disliked them, he would still not let them go. Let's go all out. Sinan also found the killing intent in the Jiao dragon's eyes. He endured his numb scalp and said to everyone, either he dies, or we die, let's go all out. Luo Yi also thought so inwardly, all right. The others also didn't want to die just like this, so they all took out their weapons and channeled their elemental energy into them, swinging towards the yellow-brown giant Jiao dragon in midair. Colorful sword lights gathered together to form a giant axe, combining the power of all the sword masters present, slashing down towards the Jiao dragon's head heavily. The Jiao dragon's eyes revealed a bit of playfulness and said in the human language, "Overrating your abilities." Then he raised his tail and swept heavily, and the mighty axe was actually easily defeated. Pu. Luo Yi, Sinan, and the other high-level sword monarchs were all blown back and vomited blood. In just one move from the giant Jiao, it had given them a deep lesson, which also indicated that their lives might not be guaranteed. They were not reconciled, but there was nothing they could do. What could they do when they were inferior in strength to the huge Jiao? Just when everyone was in despair, Lu Mu Yen took out a profound ice jade box from her interspatial ring, opened it and closed it to the Jiao dragon, then said provocatively, "Follow if you want it." After speaking, she turned around and flew towards the distant dense forest without looking back and disappeared instantly. The Jiao dragon's eyes revealed a trace of madness and greed. He roared, ignored Sinan and the others completely, and chased in Lu Mu Yan's direction. Lu Mu Yan led the giant Jiao's demonic spirit towards the depths of the forest. The figures of one human, one Jiao quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Yenner. The streak of blood on Lu Mu Bei's lips deepened and he stood up in pain, chasing in that direction. Yi Qing Han's heart shook. He took out a pill to take and followed in Lu Mu Bei's footsteps, Mu Yen. He prayed that nothing bad would happen. Lu Mu Yen, that woman really has gone crazy. Luoli was completely anxious. She, a weak woman, lured the evil dragon away to let us escape death, but she didn't even ask us if we wanted that. He disregarded his injuries, saying angrily, and also chased after them. When the others heard his words, they couldn't resist twitching the corners of their lips. Lu Mu Yen was a weak woman. Luoli must have gone blind. Let's also follow. Luoye's injuries weren't as severe as the others, and Lu Mu Yan's actions just now shook him too deeply. Si Nan's handsome face was slightly pale, and his eyes were filled with complexity and were difficult to comprehend. Lu Mu Yen, that woman, actually sacrificed herself to save them. Could it be that she was so confident that she wouldn't be swallowed up by the evil Zhao? It was a lie to say that he wasn't shaken. Helian Lai wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand and spit out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was in a slightly sorry state, but he still had a dashing and amorous feel, and had an incomprehensible expression on his face. Lu Mu Yen, that woman, truly had gone crazy. But why did he feel warmth in his heart? Ling Fei Yang and the others were also shocked by Lu Mu Yan's actions. Just why was she so foolish? Everyone currently had the same perception in their hearts. Lu Mu Yen, in order to save them, took the risk to lure the evil Zhao away. This behavior was stupid and crazy, but it made them unable to resist remembering her in their hearts at this moment. Lu Mu Yen didn't know that her actions had currently entered the hearts of those proud children of heaven, and that from now on, she would even be regarded by them as a close friend in life and death. She was currently desperately fleeing. Mo Yen, are we almost there? Lu Mu Yan's speed was at full force this time and she used both her spiritual energy and flash steps, but the Zhao dragon behind them chased after them closely. Damned, his speed is too fast. Almost. Rush in this direction. Mo Yen looked back at the Zhao dragon who was about to catch up and said indifferently. Bing Ji rolled his eyes at him surreptitiously. Boss Missouri was going to kill them at this rate. Was a Tier 9 demonic beast so easy to mess with? Lu Mu Yen bit her lip, and while running, she quickly formed seals. Her natal magic tool flew out of her body and stabbed towards the evil Zhao. Clang! As soon as the golden giant sword approached the Zhao dragon, it was knocked to the ground with a roar. Taking advantage of these few breaths of time, Lu Mu Yen accelerated to the limit of her body. When she saw a layer of white mist in the deep forest ahead of her, her eyes lit up and she headed in with a shoo. The natal magic tool that fell to the ground then turned into a stream of light and also flew into the white fog. The spirit of the Zhao dragon stopped in front of the white fog, gazing round and round at the white fog angrily. He just felt that there was something that he would be afraid of in the white fog, and it could even kill him. If he lost his demonic soul this time, then he'd really be finished. But when he thought of the soul-nourishing wood in the hands of that human woman, his heart couldn't calm. That was a divine rank spiritual item, the soul-nourishing wood, which was exactly what he needed the most right now. If he obtained the soul-nourishing wood and attached his soul to it for nourishment, it wouldn't take long for him to recover to his peak phase Tier 9 strength. Afterwards, he could then find a Zhao dragon with good talent to seize its body and it would be perfect. Only those who took risks could obtain wealth. The Zhao's eyes revealed a ruthlessness and determination. He also entered the white fog. Center Castle. The elders of the 6 major sects took in all the previous scenes in their eyes, and they all revealed shock. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. She entered a Class 2 danger zone. An elder sweated. Only when seeing Lu Mu Yen, who was almost caught up by the evil Zhao, enter the Class 2 danger zone, did the hovering hearts of the elders relax. But after seeing that the Jiao dragon lingered for a bit then also chased in, their hearts hovered again involuntarily. I hope that girl can escape this catastrophe. A kind-looking elder of the medicine sect said. The strong and sturdy elder of the 8 Extremes sect sighed, this girl really is foolish. Although he said Lu Mu Yan was foolish, but the admiration in his eyes wasn't concealed. This girl had a very good character. If she remained alive, then he would definitely try to find a way to trick her into the sect. This girl is not afraid of danger, sacrifices herself to save others, has a good character, and has excelling talent. What a pity. The elder of the Spirit Tamers sect sighed and shook his head. Not to mention that this girl headed into a Class 2 danger zone rashly, but with also the Tier 9 demonic spirit rushing in, she would probably be in extreme danger. The other elders pitied as well, and even the wise elder of the Heavenly Secret Palace had a trace of pity in his eyes. After entering the Class 2 danger zone, the array in the competition space won't be able to peek into it. Let everything depend on one's fate. While the several people sighed and pitied, no one noticed that the white-clothed man with excelling bearings sitting behind them had quietly disappeared in the central castle. Lu Mu Bai and the others chased towards the aura of the one human and one Jiao, but they lost their way when they reached the white fog. What's this? Yun Zmo knitted his brows tightly as he scrutinized the white fog in front of him. No matter what it is, let's go and then talk. Lu Mu Bai was anxious and walked into the white fog. Yun Lan and the others also didn't hesitate and followed him into the white fog. Luo Li and the others who arrived later knew that this was a Class 2 danger zone, but they also broke in without hesitation. But an astonishing thing happened. The group of people went around the white fog a few times and actually returned to the forest where they came from. Unwilling to accept it, Lu Mu Bai and the others went back in and circled around a few more times, but the result was still the same. Lord Luo, do you know why we can't enter? Lu Mu Bai turned to look at Luo Yi with a worried expression. Luo Yi was the strongest within their group of people, and also had the talent of divination, holding the richest knowledge. Luo Yi raised one hand and pinched his fingers to calculate. His knitted brows furrowed even deeper. After a long while did he sigh and say, this white fog is the entrance to a Class 2 danger zone. It can block mental energy and elemental energy, and also has the power to confuse people. Without an opportunity, one can't enter. Big brother, can you predict whether she's alive or not? Luo Li's eyes was filled with worry. Luo Yi thought about it, then asked, do any of you have Lu Mu Yan's token on you? I have a bracelet of Buddhist beads gifted by my younger cousin sister. Ling Fei Yong quickly took the Buddhist beads off his wrist and handed them over. The sorrow and worry in his eyes could not be concealed. Luo Yi took the Buddhist beads and spat a breath of essence, then his fingers pinched to calculate endlessly. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief, she's still alive. Hearing Luo Yi's words, a glimmer of hope couldn't help but ignite within them. Lu Mu Yan, that crazy woman, definitely wouldn't die so easily. Lu Mu Yan, who broke into the Class 2 danger zone, didn't know that a group of people outside were worried about her safety. She was currently in a deep pond confronting the evil Jiao dragon demonic spirit who had caught up. Human, hand over the soul-nourishing wood in your hands and I will spare your life. As soon as the Jiao dragon found Lu Mu Yan, he couldn't resist threatening. He just constantly felt that there was an aura that made him tremble and fear hidden in ambush, and so he just wanted to obtain the soul-nourishing wood and leave here. Lu Mu Yan didn't run away anymore. She turned her head and raised a slight arc on her lips. What if I want? Chapter 248, Danger Arrives, What if I want? The evil Jiao was furious when he heard Lu Mu Yan's words. He had been imprisoned in that talisman for so many years and had long developed a strong resentment towards humans, only wanting to swallow them all down into his belly. Humph, after I swallow you into my belly, I will naturally get the soul-nourishing wood. Lu Mu Yan raised an eyebrow. It seems that you're not that stupid. In her sea of consciousness, she kept urging Mo Yen, hurry up, he's going to go crazy. As soon as Mo Yen reached the deep pond, he jumped off Lu Mu Yan's shoulder, and his figure kept dashing about everywhere. Lu Mu Yen felt his demonic energy fluctuate, but she didn't know what he was going to do. Done. With a flash, Mo Yen appeared behind the evil Jiao. Lu Mu Yen narrowed her eyes slightly and continued to provoke, swallow into your belly. You, a huge reptile, thinks you're worthy. You damn despicable human. I must tear you to pieces today. The evil Jiao's murderous aura rose. He hated those who said he was a huge reptile the most. The human who sealed him used to arrogantly call him a big reptile, so with the old and new grudges, hatred ignited instantly. Little owner, you've completely angered him, we're finished. Bing Ji had transformed into his true form of an ice one at this time. Although he was a little afraid of death, but he didn't leave Lu Mu Yan's side. Lu Mu Yan saw the evil Jiao open his mouth and spray a cloud of yellowish-brown smoke at her. She immediately shut her senses and held her breath. Using flash steps, she quickly escaped from the range of the yellow smoke. With a wave of her long sword, a hurricane-like sword aura headed over sharply. The evil Jiao snorted coldly, and with a few claws, he tore apart Lu Mu Yan's sword aura. At this moment, Mo Yen, who had been lurking behind the evil Jiao, suddenly grew countless times larger. The cluster of flame-like marks on his forehead appeared lifelike, then it actually separated from his forehead. The clusters of flames separated from Mo Yan's body and instantly enveloped the evil Jiao. Then they heard the "poochie" sound of burning. It's actually the netherworld flame. The evil Jiao's demonic spirit was scorched and shrunk into a small yellowish-brown ball of light, and couldn't resist begging for mercy. Don't burn me, Please forgive me, I'll do anything. The evil Jiao didn't think that after just escaping from the talisman, he would encounter a demonic beast who possessed the netherworld flame. This was basically the heavens wanting to destroy him. There were no ripples in Mo Yan's eyes, and he was extremely cold. You've done many evil deeds and harmed many humans and demonic beasts in your previous lifetime, and you are enveloped in resentment. Leaving you alive is the true root of disaster. Lu Mu Yen nodded in agreement. We can't let him go. This evil Jiao's demonic spirit carried a suffocating, bloody, sinister aura, which meant that he had slaughtered a lot before his death. Now he was even more resentful of humans, so if they let him go, he would surely cause great misery and suffering to part of this land. Listening to the shrill screams of the evil Jiao, Lu Mu Yan looked at the cyan-colored flame with a dim light that enveloped him. The netherworld flame represented the messenger of hell, a flame that could burn all souls, and was a divine rank flame that dealt with evil forces. Lu Mu Yan and Bing Ji were both surprised that the natal spirit flame in Mo Yen was actually the netherworld flame. No wonder he was so confident in dealing with the evil Jiao. Seeing that the yellow ball of light grew smaller and smaller, Mo Yen opened his mouth and sucked, and the ball of light was swallowed by him just like that. That evil Jiao was thinking about swallowing humans or demonic beasts all day, but probably didn't expect his demonic spirit to be swallowed by you. This is truly the cycle of the heavenly law and karma. Lu Mu Yen watched the cyan flame, together with the ball of light, being swallowed by Mo Yen and smiled lightly. So it turned out that the strongest natal talent of a spirit devourer was the netherworld flame, devouring all souls. It truly was strong. No wonder Mo Yen dragged his ass being pompous all day long. Lu Mu Yen now knew that he really had the capital to be so pompous. But she must say that she was very wise when she bought Mo Yen that time. She truly picked up a treasure. After Mo Yen swallowed the evil Jiao, a boundless power burst out from his Yaofu, while his gaze were light. I'm going to go into seclusion for a bit, be careful yourself. Because that soul energy was from a Tier 9 demonic beast, so its power was exceptionally strong. If he couldn't refine and absorb it in time, it would inevitably cause hidden dangers to his body. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Lu Mu Yan was also aware of this. Go into the spirit pet ring for seclusion. Mo Yan nodded, then turned into a black light and entered the spirit pet ring in Lu Mu Yan's hand. Lu Mu Yan looked around at her surroundings, and suddenly felt a chilling sense of crisis. As soon as Mo Yan entered the spirit pet ring, he fell into a state of deep sleep for cultivation. She instantly said to Bing Ji, "Let's get out of here quickly." Bing Ji also instinctively felt danger approaching, and after Lu Mu Yan leapt up onto his back, he flapped his wings and flew high up. Yet who knew a sudden change occurred? A water column with boundless pressure erupted from the bottom of the deep pond and sprayed straight onto Bing Ji's body. Although he was flexible, but he couldn't avoid it due to the gap between the cultivation bases. Poochie. Then another water column leapt up from in front of Bing Ji and spurted out. He was barely able to avoid it, but his entire body was affected by the energy of the water column. Not long later, another jet of water sprayed out from behind. Crack! Lu Mu Yan heard the sound of breaking bones from Bing Ji's body, and her eyes grew cold. She turned around and concentrated her entire Buddhist spiritual energy on her natal magic tool and slashed at the water column behind. 2/3 of the bones in Bing Ji's body were broken and he couldn't bear it and fell towards the deep pond. Before he fell unconscious, he used the last of his strength to toss Lu Mu Yan out of the range of the energy that enveloped the deep pond. He said weakly, "Owner, run quickly. You must live." Then he slammed into the deep pool heavily and was quickly dragged into the bottom of the pool by a force that spread from below. Lu Mu Yan's heart felt as if it was stabbed by something. This stinky, gaudy bird was so afraid of death, yet he actually disregarded his life and tossed her out of the shrouded range of that power. But how could she leave him behind? She and they were all companions in life and death. "I'm going to save Bing Ji. If you don't want to go, leave first." Mo Yan fell into a state of deep sleep due to the energy of the evil Jiao, so naturally it was impossible for him to leave. Her words were said to the human-eating blood thorn vine king and Miao Miao. She wouldn't force them to face danger together. Miao Miao will go wherever owner goes. Owner lives, Miao Miao lives. Owner dies, Miao Miao dies. Miao Miao was wrapped around Lu Mu Yan's wrist, her voice tender and sweet, but extremely firm. The human-eating blood thorn vine king also turned into a wood bracelet and attached himself to Lu Mu Yan's other wrist. Shui is willing to follow owner and share life and death. The fact that owner could disregard her life to go save Bing Ji showed that she truly regarded them spirit pets as true companions. A powerful feeling rose in his heart. Such an owner was worthy of him to follow for eternity, depending on each other in life and death. Lu Mu Yan stood on the top of a high mountain and the warmth in her heart flowed little by little. All right, we're companions in life and in death. She believed that if Mo Yan was awake, he would definitely support her actions. She tapped her toes lightly, flew down from the top of the mountain, and plunged into the deep pond. But as soon as she fell into the pond, she was grabbed by an invisible force below and dragged into the bottom of the deep pond. When Lu Mu Yan was pulled into the deep pond, a peerlessly handsome, white-clothed man appeared at the edge of the pond. There was a devilish and icy arc raised on his lips. Whoever dared touch his woman, he would kill anyone. Without the slightest hesitation, the white-clothed man jumped into the pond and was also pulled to the bottom of the pond by that invisible force. Lu Mu Yan was dragged by that invisible force and fell to the bottom of the deep pond. When she fell to the bottom, she saw Bing Ji, who had fallen unconscious, lying on a large rock, with a few thick, purple-black tentacles wrapped around his body. Each of those tentacles had countless suckers, and Bing Ji was currently a huge feast to be sucked and eaten. Lu Mu Yen exuded a coldness all over her body. She mobilized her natal magic tool to transform into a sword array and slash towards those purple-black tentacles. The natal magic tool refined from heavenly frost golden essence was indeed powerful, but at present, it was only equivalent to a middle-quality saint tool, and had yet to evolve, so only 1/3 of the tentacles were cut off. Suddenly, the water at the bottom of the deep pond stirred violently and a pair of fierce white eyes opened from within the darkness. He hadn't been injured for many years, yet this despicable human dared to slash him with a sword. He waved a few idle tentacles incessantly. While the tentacles on Bing J's body weren't retrieved, but he stopped the action of preparing to absorb demonic essence. Lu Mu Yen narrowed her eyes, and a layer of purple-gold flames overflowed from her body. Groups of flames turned into lotus flowers and floated away, lightly landing on the 10 golden flying swords. The flying swords fused with the purple-gold spirit flame flickered with golden light, and it was enveloped in a layer light purple, appearing rather bewitching. 9 Palaces Sword Art Array, begin. Lu Mu Yen formed seals incessantly, and when the last Taoist seal was formed, she shouted softly. The flying swords surrounding the monster instantly spun and formed the force of 9 palaces 1. The monster's eyes were larger than buckets, and the whites were a little terrifying. When he saw Lu Mu Yan's sword array, he was slightly surprised and he spoke the human language with a hoarse voice. Human, your sword array is pretty good, but it's a pity your cultivation base is too low, so what can you do to me? Wouldn't you know if you try? Lu Mu Yen sneered. The monster opposite was a peak phase tier 8 mutant octopus monster with rough skin and thick flesh, but the sword array that had added in the purple gold spirit flame could hurt him. Humph. The octopus monster snorted coldly, and a few thick tentacles emerged from below and grabbed at the 10 flying swords. Lu Mu Yan's eyes chilled slightly, shift forms and exchange positions. As soon as her words fell, the 10 flying swords were as if they came alive. Whenever the tentacles were about to catch them, they would flexibly avoid them, and instead the swords brushed past the tentacles in the opposite direction. Each golden sword carried a cluster of purple-gold spirit flames, so each time the blades brushed past the tentacles, the purple-gold spirit flame would jump onto and burn the tentacles. The octopus monster felt a piercing pain coming from the tentacles, and he looked at the 10 flying swords with fear. Purple gold spirit flame, you damned human, you actually have such a spirit flame. Who will die in the end is still unknown. Lu Mu Yen let out a laugh of ridicule, used flash steps, and swiftly avoided the tentacles the octopus waved over with boundless demonic energy. The octopus monster was huge and not as flexible as Lu Mu Yen and her flying swords. His eyes revealed that he was in deep thought, then his big white eyes closed. Lu Mu Yen suddenly felt a chill all over her body, her heart palpitations of fear kept coming and she thought that it would be bad. She jumped away from a tentacle and suddenly saw a gap in the octopus monster's forehead that trembled, and a big A stained with a bloody light opened instantly. Wang wang. A formless sonic wave came from the large eye of the octopus monster. Although Lu Mu Yen prepared herself, wrapping her spiritual sense around the core of the sea of consciousnesses, but she was still affected and attacked. Her head ached as if it was about to crack open, and she couldn't resist squatting on the ground, holding her head with a trace of blood in her black eyes. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. The most powerful mutated skill of an octopus monster was their mental energy attack. As soon as his third eye opened, as long as one's mental energy hadn't reached the level of a tier 9 demonic beast, they would be shocked into an idiot. Lu Mu Yan's sea of consciousness was as if it was being pierced by countless needles. She didn't underestimate the octopus monster, but she really didn't expect that his most powerful attack would be a mental attack. Currently, her mental energy was still in a dormant state. Although she wouldn't become an idiot if she was attacked, but she had already lost her combat power. And those traces of mental energy carrying red light was still rushing towards her sea of consciousness. She clenched her hands tightly to endure the pain that were as if tens of thousands of needles were piercing her brain. The desire to survive was unstoppable. She couldn't just die like this. Suddenly, a warm, glaze-like light in her sea of consciousness passed by like a spring breeze, and the sharp needles formed from red mental energy that stabbed her sea of consciousness was annihilated. A glazed ray of light violently whirled out from her sea of consciousness, and she also fell into a coma. Meow Meow and Shua kept slapping her wrist nervously and telepathically called out to her, hoping that little owner would wake up. But Lu Mu Yan's long and dense black eyelashes were tightly closed, her face was peaceful, her body curled up, and layers of flame, filament-like things wrapped around her. The octopus monster didn't expect that his mental energy attack would fail. Looking at the sleeping woman who appeared as if she was wrapped in a silkworm chrysalis, he had a bad premonition. He hurriedly stretched out more than half of his thick purple-black tentacles, gathered demonic energy and whipped over, wanting to penetrate her body. But as soon as the tentacles with demonic energy touched the glazed chrysalis, they were dissolved by an invisible force and the chrysalis tightly adhered to his tentacles, beginning to frantically suck his demonic energy like a bottomless pit. He was instantly shocked and slapped the glazed chrysalis hard, attempting to break free. Suddenly, a pure golden dazzling light swept down from above heavily, and his tentacles that were wrapped around Lu Mu Yan were completely cut off. The octopus monster screamed in pain, "Who dares sneak attack me?" Then he saw a white-clothed man with an outstanding figure and handsome, otherworldly appearance appear beside the chrysalis that the woman had turned into. "You deserve death." The man's voice was filled with endless chills. The icy coldness in the man's eyes appeared as if it would solidify this deep pond into ice, and he did just that. He held Lu Mu Yan in his arms and the golden longsword in his hand instantly turned dark blue. When his elemental energy was channeled in, the blue sword turned into countless blue starlights, covering the entire deep pond. The octopus monster found that he actually couldn't feel the other party's cultivation base and an aura of death enveloped him. He quickly retracted his tentacles that were on the ice one's body, turned around and swam towards a black hole in the depths of the pond, his speed astonishing. "Go die." The white-clothed man had a calm expression as he lightly clenched his palm in the direction of where the octopus monster escaped. The water in the deep pond actually solidified into frost at an astonishing speed and the octopus monster slammed into the frozen cave with a bang. He turned his head and looked at the white-clothed man in horror. Just when he prepared to self-destruct some of his tentacles to escape, he suddenly found that all the water in this space had turned into ice. He looked down at his body in disbelief and watched himself become an ice sculpture with his very own eyes. Meow Meow and Shua couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They shrank their necks and leaned against Lu Mu Yan's wrist. The white-clothed man looked down at the woman, who was wrapped in layers of glazed chrysalis, in his arms and the coldness in his eyes dissipated, turning into a pool of warmth. "Thankfully, she's fine." Immediately, he rolled up Bing Ji on the ground and the frozen octopus monster, and with a thought, disappeared from the deep pond with Lu Mu Yan in his arms. Awaken after Lu Mu Yan fell into a coma, she felt that she was surrounded by a layer of warm light, gentle and soft, which made her not want to wake up immediately. The mental energy that was originally dormant in her sea of consciousness overflowed little by little, turning into glaze-like specks of light scattered in her sea of consciousness. The mental energy of her sea of consciousnesses that was originally about to be exhausted became active in an instant and the waves formed from mental energy constantly slammed and tumbled happily. After a while, the area of her sea of consciousness gradually expanded and finally stopped when it more than doubled. After the white-clothed man brought Lu Mu Yan out of the deep pond, he carried her to a clean, flat surface, then after the layer of glazed chrysalis gradually faded away, he pressed his thin lips together and reached out to remove her clothes. He took out his own red robe from his interspatial ring without any impure thoughts as much as possible and clothed her. His hand caressed her delicate and alluring face, his eyes dyed with a delightful love, and his palms instantly dried her wet hair with a trace of fire elemental energy. He held her in his arms and kissed her forehead. Looking down at the ice bangle she was wearing, there was a smile in his eyes. With a thought, he cut off the connection between himself and the ice bangle. "Woman, no matter when, you can only be mine." He leaned down close to her and whispered in her ear. When he discovered that the mental energy in Lu Mu Yan's sea of consciousness was constantly changing, a charming arc rose on the man's lips. Suddenly, a bird with orange feathers flew over from a distance and landed on the man's head. "Owner, if you don't go back soon, your substitute will be discovered." The man kissed Lu Mu Yan's forehead with sentiment and his voice was filled with deep affection. "Woman, we will meet again soon. Take care." After he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, a circle of light formed from ice-covered Lu Mu Yan. The little orange bird looked down at the stunning beauty with her eyes closed on the ground and couldn't resist revealing slight curiosity in his eyes. So this was the woman owner constantly thought of and longed for. Indeed a beauty. The man stood up and patted his white clothes, then took a step and disappeared in the forest with the orange bird. In the central castle, the elders of the 6 major sects were observing some people who performed well in this competition, discussing from time to time. After the white-clothed man returned to the room, the man who had been sitting in the last row with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. This move was not even noticed by the wise, white-clothed elderly man from the heavenly secret palace. A day later, when the mental energy ocean in her sea of consciousness stabilized, Lu Mu Yan gradually opened her eyes. What entered her eyes was a cover made from a layer of ice-emitting blue light protecting her. After sensing that she was awake, the blue light instantly turned into countless blue sparkles and disappeared in front of her eyes. She sat up and rubbed her brows. When she looked down, she saw that she was wearing a man's red robe and her heart couldn't help but be shaken. When she was sleeping earlier, she felt as if she heard a nice, magnetic, and clear male voice speaking by her ear. It seemed like it wasn't a hallucination. Reaching out, she tied her hair with a ribbon casually, then raised her hand and sniffed the red clothes on her body. "Ming Xiao," she whispered with inexplicable emotions. Could it be that Ming Xiao was also a person from a large kingdom who was participating in this competition? But with his relationship with the Ming Chamber of Commerce Alliance, that shouldn't be the case. Owner, you finally woke up." Meow Meow's excited voice entered her ears while she was thinking. She reached out and rubbed Meow Meow's head. Then she looked at the octopus monster that had been frozen into an ice sculpture not far away and asked, "Just what's going on?" Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Meow Meow wrapped around her wrist and rubbed it affectionately, saying sweetly and tenderly, "Earlier, owner was affected by the mental energy attack of the octopus monster and fell into a deep sleep." Then, Lu Mu Yan furrowed her brows slightly after listening to Meow Meow's recount on what happened after she fell into a coma. "Are you sure that person was wearing white clothes?" That man not only dressed in white, but also looked like a fallen immortal." Meow Meow's eyes sparkled with stars, "But I just feel like he has a familiar scent, but I'm sure I've never seen him before." Lu Mu Yan's brows relaxed. Meow Meow had been in contact with Ming Xiao when she was still in her Jiao egg, so it was normal for her to be familiar with the scent on his body. But why did that devilish man wear white clothes now? And he exuded a warm temperament as if a fallen immortal. Was that even possible? Xue Xue also popped his head out and said, "Owner, that man is so strong. He only used his elemental energy, and it froze the entire deep pond into ice. That Tier 8 octopus monster was also killed by him in one round." Speaking of this, he still had some lingering fears. It was truly fortunate that the man was owner's friend. Lu Mu Yan nodded. "He has always been very strong." Then she added in her heart that that devilish man was also very mysterious. She got up and changed the red clothes on her into her own clothes. She thought about it and still placed the red clothes into her interspatial ring. Then she walked to the comatose Bing Ji, took out a bottle of pills overflowing with medicinal fragrance, and poured it into him. A layer of green mist covered her hands and she placed them on Bing Ji to repair his broken bones. About 2 hours later, Lu Mu Yen withdrew her hands and sat on the ground to recover. This time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. The mental energy she wanted to awaken by borrowing the soul-nourishing wood was woken more than half a year early, and her sea of consciousness even expanded by double. Her mental energy now probably also exceeded that of a sovereign sword master. Suddenly, a chill came from her wrist. At this moment, she could actually clearly feel the connection with the ice bangle on her hand. The invisible outsider's aura that had been hidden within had disappeared. The ice bangle expressed a kind of joy as if it liked her very much, and there was also some information about the ice bangle that appeared in her sea of consciousness. Dragon and phoenix bangle birthed together from the earth 10,000 years ago. The bangles are made of divine rank spiritual items. They are the most valuable treasures in the world, with 2 of them, split into 1 dragon, 1 phoenix, worn by a male and female owner who are in harmony with each other. Lu Mu Yen gently caressed the ice-blue bangle on her wrist, and the talents it possessed was also transmitted into her sea of consciousness. Divine Phoenix Bangle. A playful smile appeared on her lips, so it could really heal injuries, expel toxins, and speed up the growth of spiritual herbs. It's indeed a treasure. A tall and sturdy, red-clothed figure couldn't help but be reflected in her mind. Ming Xiao, where are you? N. Bing Ji slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Mu Yen in pleasant surprise. Owner, we're still alive. Lu Mu Yen said with a smile, don't worry, we won't die. Humph, in order to save you, owner jumped into that deep pond and was seriously injured. You stinky bird is an idiot. Meow Meow stretched out her little head and glared at Bing Ji. Bing Ji's eyes were filled with emotion. He was just wondering why he was still alive, and the broken bones in his body were not only connected, but also increased its strength. So owner saved him. Owner, Bing Ji likes you so much. After speaking, he turned into a 7-colored parrot and jumped onto Lu Mu Yan's shoulder and rubbed her arm. He actually wanted to rub owner's face and neck, but when he remembered that handsome, red-clothed man and Mo Yan's cold look, he didn't dare. Lu Mu Yan rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. You quiet up for me. Bing Ji looked at her with an aggrieved expression but didn't say any more and stood on her shoulders to begin recovering and cultivating. Lu Mu Yen stood up and put away the octopus monster on the ground. She looked at the pond water that had been frozen into thick ice with pity and didn't have any more interest in exploring the octopus monster's cave. After her mental energy recovered, she could roughly detect the situation in the deep pond and there wasn't any spiritual herbs or spiritual stones that she needed. It was just that she felt that it was a bit strange for a Tier 8 octopus monster to live in this deep pond. Remembering that Lu Mu Bai and the others were probably worried about her safety, she had no heart to stay any longer either. She flew out of the mountain atop her golden longsword. Chapter 251. Preliminary round ends. Outside the mist-shrouded mountain forest, Lu Mu Bai and the others paced back and forth, feeling uneasy. It's been 2 days already, I wonder how Lu Mu Yen is. Si Nan was very anxious. His worry for Lu Mu Yan's safety wasn't only because he was interested in her, but also because she could save his concubine mother. Luo Li's sunny and handsome face revealed a bit of decadence. He asked Luo Yi nervously, elder brother, is she still alive? A day ago, his elder brother predicted that Lu Mu Yan's aura had disappeared, and her life and death was uncertain, making their hearts sink to the bottom. Luo Yi took out the string of Buddhist beasts and calculated again. His furrowed brows relaxed a lot. She's still alive and her aura is stronger than before entering the forest in the beginning. I think she has encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Only after hearing him say that did their hearts also fall back in place. Yi Qinghan had been standing in front of the thick fog, constantly watching the movements in the forest. Shall be fine. Ling Fei Yang sighed and patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He knew that Yi Qinghan had a deep affection for Lu Muyan, but he couldn't see that affection in his younger cousin sister's eyes. There was only concern for a best friend. Yi Qinghan rubbed his brows with a weary look. Shall definitely be fine. Qi Yixian's eyes were dim and there was an endless dejectedness. There was a voice in him that told him that Lu Muyan wouldn't die, but the gap between them was only getting larger and larger. She was surrounded by many of the younger generation's favored children of heaven, and he had faded out of her life already. He felt extremely remorseful. Why couldn't he cherish her in the first place? It was too late to find out her goodness, her preciousness, after she had already been lost. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the thick fog, and everyone looked up and saw Lu Muyan flying over on her sword. Muyan, Yener, Lu Muyan. Yi Qinghan and the others shouted in unison. Lu Muyan guided the sword to land on the ground. You're all here. Seeing the haggard look on Lu Mubei's handsome and refined face, she felt a little sorry. She went up and hugged his arm, saying with an intimate smile, "Elder brother." Lu Mubei's originally tense face softened a bit, and he sighed helplessly, tapping the tip of her nose. You. Always making people not worry enough about you. Don't be reckless in the future, do you hear? He then warned with a rare seriousness on his face. Lu Muyan rubbed his arm with her face. I'll listen to anything elder brother says. Luo Li and the others saw Lu Muyan reveal such a little girl attitude for the first time, and they looked at her curiously, then couldn't resist twitching the corners of their lips. She was better being more violent. If Lu Muyan knew the thoughts of the several people, she would definitely toss them the few words you're seeking a beating. Muyan, are you all right? That evil Jiao chased you into the forest. We went in to find you, but each time, we walked back to the same place. Yi Qinghan's handsome face was filled with concern. Lu Muyan's eyes were stained with warmth. The evil Jiao is already dead. I was injured a little, but I've recovered now. You killed that evil Jiao demonic spirit. Helian Lai discovered that the more he hung with Lu Muyan, the less he could see through her. Lu Muyan rolled her eyes at him. Do you think that's possible? I'm only at Sword Monarch Cultivation Base. He has the strength of a Sword Venerable. Although the evil Jiao's demonic spirit was Tier 9, equivalent to a Sword Saint Cultivation Base in human Sword Masters, but because it had been sealed in a talisman for so many years, and was only a demonic soul, its strength was only at Tier 8. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, I think it's possible. Helian Lai smiled shyly. He really almost thought that the demonic spirit was killed by Lu Muyan. After hearing her say that, he couldn't help but feel relieved, otherwise, compared to her, they would really have too large of a gap. You really look too highly on me. Lu Muyan smiled. After the evil Jiao entered, it met an octopus monster at peak phase Tier 8. They wanted to devour each other, and eventually both lost, so I picked up a bargain. It was naturally impossible for her to tell the others that the evil Jiao dragon was devoured and refined by Mo Yan's netherworld flame. If the evil Jiao wasn't in the state of a soul, then the current Mo Yan couldn't do anything about him either. You're so lucky. Helian Lai couldn't resist laughing. He discovered that Lu Muyan's luck was really much better than theirs, and coupled with her excelling heaven-defying talent, she was really heaven's favorite. Luck is also a part of strength. Luo Li said. Lu Muyan smiled lightly and said, You have all been guarding here. How about the preliminary round? After she finished speaking, she took out her identity jade tablet for a look. Her ranking had dropped below the top 10 again. How can we be in the mood to earn points when we don't know whether you're alive or dead? Luo Li glared at her. This heartless woman, she was still thinking about points. Then now that I'm out, we're naturally going to go earn points. You all rest for a few hours, then we'll set off when it gets dark. She definitely wanted to enter the top 10 of the preliminary race. No one refuted her opinion. Now that she was safe, their passion for points was rekindled. All right. In the central castle, the elders of the 6 major sects were relieved when they saw Lu Mu Yan coming out of the Class 2 danger zone alive, and they were even more determined to dig her over to their sect. In the last few days of the preliminary round, although Mo Yan fell into a deep sleep state, but Lu Mu Yan's mental energy had already recovered, so she led the several teams of people to hunt at night and killed many groups of beasts. The points continued to skyrocket, and finally, when her point ranking reached 3rd place, the melodious bell rang at the end of the preliminary round. The top 1,500 participants in the continental tournament for hegemony must gather in the central city within 3 days to continue the next round of the competition. Those who exceed the time limit will be automatically deemed to have given up the competition and will be sent out of the competition space. Remember. Not long after the end bell rang, such a message was transmitted to each of their identity jade tablets. We're only a day away from the central city, so let's rush over now. Luo Yi put away the jade token in his hand and said lightly. Luo Li took out the jade token, looked at it and said, Lu Mu Yan, my elder brother, Si Nan and I are ranked 3rd to 6th respectively, but Yan Jun, that guy, actually advanced to 2nd place, and the 1st place is a person I've never even heard of. It's normal for Yan Jun to advance to the 2nd place. The person named Shu Han who took 1st place comes from a medium-sized kingdom and we've never heard of his name before either. It seems to be another dark horse. Si Nan pondered, then said. Helian Lai sighed, there are so many dark horses this year, how can we, the elite teams of veteran large kingdoms, live? His ranking was 9th and this achievement actually exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't followed Lu Mu Yan to hunt beast tides, he would probably have been ranked lower than 30th. And among the top 10, besides Lu Mu Yan and the person named Shu Han, the person at 10th place was also an unknown small kingdom sword master. Many unfamiliar names also appeared in the top 50, which gave him a lot of pressure. Come on, what's there to be dissatisfied with when you've already advanced into the top 10? Ji Xian and the others are still behind you. Luo Li raised an eyebrow and said. After hearing Luo Li's words, a proud smile rose on Helian Lai's face. That's true, no matter what, your elder brother I also crushed Ji Xian and the others. Lu Mu Yan rolled her eyes at him, no ambition. She was very satisfied with 3rd place. With that person named Shu Han as the one who stood out, she believed that in the 2nd round, it would save her a lot of trouble. Chapter 252, the semi-final begins the next day. Lu Mu Yan and the others arrived at the central city smoothly. After entering the city, the surrounding streets were bustling with people coming and going, exceptionally lively, especially since the sword masters who were staying in the central city were all those who could participate in the 2nd round of the competition, so they were naturally very joyful and most of them had smiles on their faces. The difference between the central city and the other cities was that the inns wouldn't give special treatment to contestants from superpower kingdoms or large kingdoms. After all, those sword masters who could enter the 2nd round of the competition were considered to be the best among the younger generation of this continent. If they treated people unequally, then it would probably cause discontent. Lu Mu Yan and her party found an inn with an elegant and quiet environment near the border of the city to stay in. If it were up to Si Nan and Helian Lai who liked luxury, they definitely wouldn't agree. But seeing that Lu Mu Yan had set her mind on this inn, they could only reluctantly agree, though in the end, they also booked more than half of the courtyard. After Lu Mu Yen entered the inn, she went directly to her room and arranged an array. Owner, are you going to dig out the crystal core of that octopus monster? Bing Ji asked as soon as Lu Mu Yen finished setting up the array, rubbing against her shoulder, fawning over her. Lu Mu Yen knew that he had been thinking about that demonic beast's crystal core for a long time, so she took out the octopus monster's corpse in amusement. The ice on it had not yet thawed. She casually tossed a cluster of purple gold spirit flame down, and the ice on the octopus monster slowly melted. She looked at the pool of water formed from the ice on the ground. Just what cultivation base did Ming Xiu achieve? This kind of elemental energy condensation into ice wasn't something that ordinary sword sovereign powerhouses could do. Seeing the look on Bing Ji, gazing until his eyes were strained, she couldn't help but smile. She stretched out her hand, took the crystal core from next to the octopus monster's heart and tossed it to him directly. Take it to refine. Bing Ji held the crystal core in his beak, and his eyes were touched with emotion. Little owner disregarded her own life to go into the deep pond to save him, and now even gave him such a precious crystal core. Originally, Bing Ji thought of going free and unrestrained after breaking the seal, but now he suddenly made up his mind to follow Lu Mu Yen well in the future. Following such a mysterious and powerful owner meant having a great future, and most importantly, little owner was too generous. Owner, Meow Meow is hungry. Meow Meow looked at the crystal core of the Tier 8 demonic beast in Bing J's beak with a bit of envy, but not negative jealousy. Whatever owner did, it was right. Lu Mu Yan rubbed her head intimately, took out a few Tier 6 demonic beast's crystal cores and put them in her hand for her to swallow. It's not suitable for you and Shue Shue's strength to eat high-level crystal cores. Wait until you both advance to a Tier 7 demonic beast. I'll go get some Tier 7 and 8 crystal cores for you two to refine. Meow Meow loves owner the most. The little white snake swallowed a crystal core, then rubbed against Lu Mu Yen. The crystal cores weren't as attractive to the human-eating blood thorn vine king. Ever since last time, he had transformed into a wood bracelet and hung on Lu Mu Yan's wrist. Owner, get some more high-level sword master's blood for me in the future and I'll be fine. In the competition space, he absorbed a lot of fresh blood of high-level demonic beasts and already felt the barrier of advancing. If he could suck and consume some sword master's blood, he believed that he would soon be able to break through. Lu Mu Yan rolled her eyes at him and warned, don't always think about drinking human blood. Unless they're an extremely wicked and evil person or my enemy, you're not allowed to go randomly suck human blood. Otherwise they'll definitely throw you out into the desert to accompany cacti. Shue's body froze and he deflated in decadence, as per your order. Little owner's words always counted. He definitely didn't want to go to some desert area where birds don't even lay eggs to accompany cacti. Although he preferred fresh blood, but it wasn't bad to have crystal cores to refine, so the few spirit pets went to refine the demonic beast's crystal cores with a peace of mind. There was a smile in Lu Mu Yan's eyes. After taking these spirit pets, life sure wasn't so boring anymore. Early the next morning, the people from the pill tower delivered the spiritual herbs she needed to the inn. The efficiency was very high, and she was also very satisfied. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, she remembered some information from the Phoenix Bangle previously, so she took out a 100-year-old spiritual herb and placed it in a profound ice box. With a thought, a green fog of spiritual energy flowed from her palm and poured into the box, then she sealed it. If she was successful in accelerating this herb's growth, then she'd make a huge profit and would basically not need to worry about having highly aged spiritual herbs in the future. Compared to crystal cores, the few spirit pets preferred to eat pills more, but the pills she refined had practically all been consumed in the previous beast-tide battles. This time, having replenished her spiritual herbs, she spent 2 days refining pills. After another day passed, there were constant knocks outside her door. She put the last pill in a bottle and opened the door, seeing Luo Li's bright and sunny handsome face. Are you refining pills? Luo Li smelled a scent of pills as soon as he walked to the door. Lu Mu Yan nodded. The previous pills are all used up, so I need to refine some for spares. The corner of Luo Li's lips twitched when he remembered that she swallowed pills like eating candy each time. Then he remembered the formal business and said with a smile, "Let's go to the central square." Why go to the central square? You didn't receive the news from the jade tablet? Luo Li asked in surprise. He came to knock on the door because he saw that Lu Mu Yan hadn't appeared, but he didn't expect that she didn't know about it. Lu Mu Yan didn't pay attention because she was refining pills before, so now that she took out the jade tablet, she found out that the organizers of the competition notified them that in another hour, they should gather in the central square where they'll announce the next round of the competition. Let's go. When their group of people arrived at the central square, it was already filled with people, and it was very lively. Lu Mu Yan and the others found a remote corner and stood there. She looked around and found many powerful groups. The elite teams of superpower kingdoms were generally not just one group. Just like for Luo Yi and Si Nan's kingdoms, there were two other teams from their kingdoms and their strength wasn't bad either. As soon as the time on the notification arrived, a loud voice sounded in the central square. You are all sword masters from various kingdoms who have passed the preliminary round of this time's continental tournament for hegemony. First, congratulations. As soon as his voice fell, everyone saw a middle-aged man in white appear in mid-air and he continued with a faint smile, but don't be arrogant, because the next 2 rounds are the key to whether you would be able to stand out. The top 10 in the first round will be rewarded with jade tablets. The information will be sent to the identity jade tablets of the 10 people later, which will be redeemed at the end of the second round. The second round of the Continental Tournament for Hegemony, which is the semi-final, will officially start tomorrow and last for 5 months. During these 5 months, you can use the ample spiritual force in this space to cultivate and raise your strength, or you can directly go snatch identity jade tablets. After 5 months, the identity jade tablet will remind you of the end date, and by then, the top 500 who have the most of all 7 colors of identity jade tablets will enter the final round. Of course, what I'm talking about isn't just quantity, but also quality. The person with the most cyan, orange, and purple jade tablets would naturally rank high in the second round. As usual, the point system is used, and the rules of the entire competition will be passed through the array into your identity jade tablets. By the way, a reminder, those who advance into the top 10 of the rankings in the semi-finals will still have rewards, and they're very generous rewards that will be distributed to you later. I won't say more. I wish you all good results. We will meet again in 5 months. After the middle-aged, white-clothed man finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared from the central square, and the originally quiet square also exploded into chatter in an instant. I decided to upload 2 a day again simply because I personally can't wait to reach the part where LMY and MX interact more, so I want to hurry up and get to those chapters and translate them. I love the pair too much, hahaha. Don't know how long the 2 chapter a day will last, and it could be irregular, but definitely still expect at least 1 chapter a day. Chapter 253, Act separately. After returning to the inn, the identity jade tablets of Lu Mu Yan and the others flashed repeatedly, and the competition organizers sent the information one after another through the array. The semi-finals this time actually takes 5 months. It seems that we have to improve our strength as soon as possible. Helian Lai said while looking at his jade tablet. After coming into the competition space, in addition to the possibility of being selected by the 6 major sects and winning glory for their empire, there was also one great advantage: the spiritual force here was very abundant, and here was rich in resources. The speed of cultivation in this space was basically twice as fast as outside, so in each competition, there would be a period of time left for sword masters of various kingdoms to cultivate and improve their strength. Who knew that entering the top 10 would be rewarded with purple jade tablets? Not bad. Luoli flipped through the information and said. Lu Mu Yen set her sights on the awards for the top 10 in the rankings of the semifinals. Unexpectedly, they were all spiritual items of heaven and earth. The power of the organizers of this competition sure were really strong. For the rewards for the top 10, I can only go all out, she said with a smile and put the jade tablet away. Hearing her ambition, the other people's eyelids couldn't help but jump. The second round of the competition wasn't to kill demonic beasts, something that could be easily accomplished by finding beast tides at nighttime. They had to face more than 1,000 geniuses from the younger generation. You're thinking about entering the top 10 again. The top 10 in the semifinals isn't so easy to get into. Helian Lai shrugged. His goal was to advance into the top 50. Lu Mu Yen glanced at him, not promising. Only by daring to think can you dare to do. If you don't even dare to think about it, you might as well just give up directly. The rewards for the top 10 included 2 types of spiritual items that Mo Yen and Xue Xue needed to increase their strength. She must obtain it. Hearing her calm tone saying bold words, the expressions of the others changed, especially Helian Lai. There was an unpleasant feeling in his heart. Lu Mu Yen even dared to think it, why didn't he dare? So this was the largest gap between them. Shameless bastard, how about we compare who could advance into the top 10 in the semifinals? Last time, he was only ranked 6th because Si Nan did him dirty. This time, he must get back at him. Si Nan's expression was calm, and he raised an eyebrow slovenly. Sure, you think I'll be afraid of you? The two attacked each other again, and Luo Yi interrupted with a light cough. Are we still going to act together in the semifinals? He was certain that if so many of them set off together, the other teams would definitely run away when they saw them, and they wouldn't be able to snatch many jade tablets at all. What he thought of, the others also thought of, but it was difficult for them to voice it. After all, the ones that would drag them back would mainly be Lu Mu Yen and Yi Qing Han's teams. Of course, they didn't mean that they disliked them. If Lu Mu Yen still wanted to act together, they wouldn't object either. Lu Mu Yen could guess their thoughts and conflicted emotions. She smiled lightly and said, let's act separately. 1. We can let the enemy relax their vigilance, and 2. We don't have to worry about being unable to divide the snatched jade tablets because there are too many people. Then how should we split up? Luo Li asked. He and Si Nan actually didn't want to be separated from Lu Mu Yen, but judging from the current situation, it seemed that they couldn't not separate. Well, be with my elder cousin brother and his group, and it would be best for you 4 groups to separate individually. Lu Mu Yen thought about it, then suggested. Then she added, of course, you can also join forces to snatch from others. Either way, those who hold jade tablets of the same color can't snatch each other's for the first 4 months. Then let's not separate for the first 4 months. Luo Li said. Lu Mu Yen rolled her eyes at him. How can we compete for jade tablets if we're with you? Those elite teams of the large kingdoms won't dare to come snatch when they see you, so how can I enter the top 10 then? Luo Li's forehead was deeply creased. So it was like they were dragging her down. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, those elite teams from large kingdoms aren't easy to deal with. You might all be in danger if you act independently. Si Nan raised a key problem. Lu Mu Yen raised an eyebrow. We didn't come into the competition space to hide behind you and take a rank. How can we see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? That's not what I meant. It was also mentioned in the information in the jade tablet just now. If anyone steals the jade tablets of the top 10, the rewarded jade tablets will also become theirs. We're afraid that someone will deal with you specifically. Si Nan smiled gaudily, but there was a hint of worry on his handsome face. Lu Mu Yan's strength was indeed good, but she relied too much on arrays. If someone impeded on her forming seals, then she would definitely be in danger. I'm begging for it. I'm precisely afraid that they won't come find me. Lu Mu Yen took a sip from her teacup confidently. As expected, high-end spiritual tea tasted very fragrant. Last time, she saw this kind of spiritual herb on the list from the pill tower, so she bought some at a high price. Hearing her words, everyone fell speechless. Even they had to admit that she was definitely a troublemaker, causing trouble wherever she went. Their two teams indeed need to experience some life and death situations. It's better to be separated. Luo Yi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. When one entered the competition space, then one couldn't be greedy for life and be afraid of death. It was necessary to cherish the resources one could enjoy and improve one's strength as soon as possible. If they formed a team together, the danger they would encounter would be reduced a lot, and they wouldn't receive much training. Yi Qinghan was also in favor of separation, not just because of his rivals in love, but also because he wanted to become stronger. Only in times of tension and danger could human potential be realized. We agree to separate. Seeing that they all said this, Luo Li and Si Nan couldn't propose to form a team again either, then our four groups should also separate. They only got together because of Lu Mu Yen. Now that Lu Mu Yen wanted to be separated, they naturally wouldn't think about being tied together. Lu Mu Yen took out a few bottles of pills from her interspatial ring and tossed it to them. You can all keep these pills for spare use. Let's meet in 5 months. Don't fall too far behind. She then stood up and added. The corners of Si Nan's lips twitched. Where did this woman get so much confidence? Don't worry, we'll never let you surpass us. If they let teams from small and medium-sized kingdoms surpass them when they've separated, then how could their 4 elite teams from large kingdoms endure this? Then let's wait and see. Lu Mu Yan's face was dyed with a brilliant confidence, smiling beautifully. Her confident smile was the most attractive, which resonated in the hearts of Luo Li and the others. Lu Mu Yen, I hope to see your name in the top 10 of the rankings in 5 months. Luo Li quickly hugged Lu Mu Yen, then let go, just a hug and encouragement from a friend. Lu Mu Yen patted Luo Li on the shoulder, little wildcat, good luck to you all as well. Let's compete to see which group will have the most people advancing into the top 30. Let's compete then. Luo Li felt his heart tickle, then asked, are you going to cultivate first or snatch jade tablets? You still need to ask. Definitely cultivate first. Even if you go snatch jade tablets first, you probably won't see many people. True, then you all take care. You all as well. Early the next morning, the group of people divided into 5 teams, leaving the central city and began their journey in the semi-finals. Due to the effects of the Black Iron City wall, the spiritual force inside wasn't as abundant as in the mountains and dense fields outside. Therefore, the sword masters who entered the semi-finals all left the city to find a quiet environment to cultivate. Lu Mu Yen and Yi Qinghan's 2 teams were also looking for a suitable place to cultivate after they left the city. Mu Yen, what sort of place are we going to find to cultivate in? Yi Qinghan asked curiously when he saw her searching around. Lu Mu Yen rubbed her chin and after pondering, she said, find a place with the densest spiritual force. I think I've already found it. Follow me. Without Mo Yen, it was more troublesome for her to use her mental energy to search. Although the spiritual force of the mountains and forests in the outside world were abundant, but it was not as dense as the place where the evil Jiao chased her to last time. After pondering, she felt that it was more suitable for her to take them there to cultivate. There was a lot of spiritual force near the deep pond. There were no high-level demonic beasts around the territory that the octopus monster had occupied for a long time, and that place was also classified as a Class 2 danger zone where the Great Array couldn't monitor, so it was very secretive. In addition, other participating competitors generally wouldn't set foot in a danger zone to cultivate, so it was actually the safest for them to go there. When Lu Mu Yen brought them to the dense fog forest from before, Yun Mo said in surprise, "Isn't this that Class 2 danger zone? The most dangerous place is also the safest place. I was chased by the evil Jiao towards a deep pond. The place where the octopus monster and he fought until they were both defeated is abundant in spiritual force, and is very suitable for us to hide and cultivate." Lu Mu Yen smiled and replied. Her choices generally weren't wrong, and everyone believed her. "All right, well, listen to everything you say." So Lu Mu Yen took the group to the deep pond occupied by the octopus monster. Sure enough, because of the pressure and fear caused by the octopus monster, there were no other demonic beasts appearing in the vicinity. The frozen ice in the deep pond still showed no signs of melting, and Lu Mu Yen had to sigh with emotion about Ming Xiu's abnormally monstrous strength. For the safety of the two teams, she took out the last set of jade stones she nourished and arranged a 9-palace array. From the outside, no one could detect their auras, and if a human or demonic beast forced their way in, they would also be lost in the array. Afterwards, she buried the set of jade stones needed to arrange the array in a place with the densest spiritual force. The spiritual force here is indeed much more abundant than outside. Mu Yi said with a smile. Shi Feng didn't show much emotion, but his eyes were filled with joy. The territory occupied by a Tier 8 demonic beast will naturally not be bad. There just so happened to be a barren mountain near the deep pond. The group made a cave in the barren mountain and lived there, preparing to speed up their cultivation for 3 months before exiting to snatch jade tablets. Time passed in a hurry. A month later, Lu Mu Yen cultivation base advanced to middle phase Sword Monarch, and her foundation establishment stage was also in the late layers. When she reached peak phase Sword Monarch, she believed that her foundation establishment stage would be able to reach the final layer. Because of her special constitution, she could comprehend all the laws of heaven and earth, so even if her cultivation speed was double or triple the speed of others, her advancement speed was affected by it. She used her mental energy to probe into the spirit beast ring and found that Mo Yen was currently wrapped in a large net of blue flames, and his aura was sometimes strong, sometimes weak. He was probably still refining the octopus monster's demonic spirit. "Owner, after staying in the cave for so long, let's go out and look for some spiritual herbs." Seeing Lu Mu Yan's cultivation base advancing one phase, Bing Ji knew she wouldn't continue to cultivate anymore, so he urged. Lu Mu Yan glanced at him. "I'm really suspicious about how you cultivated your Tier 8 cultivation base. I'm a genuine Tier 8, so of course my talent is exceptional." Bing Ji raised his head proudly. "With you being so lazy and only wanting to go out for a walk all day long, if you continue like this, Shua Shua and Miao Miao would have advanced to Tier 9 and you'll still be standing in the same spot." Bing Ji had a very active and lively temperament and simply couldn't sit still at all. It was already really good for him to have cultivated in the cave for a month. Lu Mu Yen really couldn't figure out how he used to cultivate to Tier 8. Bing Ji pursed his lips and muttered quietly, "Isn't it because my demonic energy is sealed by your man, so it's very tiring to cultivate? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, don't find excuses." Lu Mu Yen reached out and knocked him on the head. "Ming Xiu suppressed the demonic energy in you, so it's difficult for you to cultivate now, but it can make the demonic energy in your body more pure, and when the seal is broken, it'll have more benefits for you. You'd better cultivate hard, otherwise when Miao Miao and Shue Shue surpass you, you'll watch where you'll place your old face." Lu Mu Yen knew that this kind of blow would be more effective for Bing Ji, who loved face. Sure enough, Bing Ji's small eyes swept over Miao Miao and Shue Shue, as if he had been stimulated. "Owner, I'll continue to go cultivate now. They want to surpass me. No way. He was already suppressed by Mo Yen. If those two things also surpassed him, then how much face would he lose? Lu Mu Yen rolled her eyes at him. Let's go out for a walk first and along the way, get some crystal cores for you to come back to refine. Little owner is the best, then I'll cultivate when I return. Bing Ji rubbed his head against Lu Mu Yan's shoulder. Sycophant. Meow Meow snorted. Shue Shue also agreed with the response, crazy flatterer. What do you two children know? Humph. Bing Ji snorted. Lu Mu Yen was too lazy to pay attention to them. Seeing that Lu Mu Bai and the others were still meditating and cultivating, she went out alone. There must be something special about this mountain forest for it to be classified as a Class 2 danger zone. There should definitely be no shortage of spiritual herbs and spiritual items. Now that her mental energy had recovered, she would be able to find what she needed with just a bit of effort. After leaving the cave open in the barren mountain, she gave some maintenance to the array before leaping towards the depths. 5 days later, a purple figure fled in a sorry state, followed by a group of wasp-like demonic beasts the size of fists. Seeing a small stream ahead of her, Lu Mu Yen jumped down without hesitation. The large group of demonic beasts that looked like wasps were a little afraid of water, and wandered around the stream for a day before gradually leaving. Lu Mu Yen surfaced from the water and looked in the direction in which the demonic beasts left with fiery desire in her eyes. When the competition is almost over, I'll come to subdue you all. Owner, what are doing going to poke a scarlet bee's nest one? Bing Ji was stung a few times causing huge lumps and complained with a weak look. Naturally to scoop out some scarlet bee honey. That's a good thing. Lu Mu Yan's expression revealed a bit of interest. And don't you think it'd be super cool to have a bee colony as a spirit pet? If she didn't have flash steps and a load of means to escape, she would have probably died in that scarlet bee nest. Bing Ji rolled his eyes. The thing is good, but you also need to have the life to take it. It wasn't easy to subdue such a swarm of scarlet bees. He felt that Lu Mu Yen was truly indulging in the wildest fantasy. Although the queen of that scarlet bee colony is only a tier 7 demonic beast, but it could breed countless tier 5 and 6 scarlet bees. Not to mention subdue, it was even difficult to get close to. I know. So isn't it that I'm waiting for until my strength advances a little more before going again? The fieriness in Lu Mu Yan's eyes didn't subside, but only grew stronger. Seeing the heat in her eyes, Bing Ji couldn't resist twitching the corner of his lips. Owner's hobby was truly weird. Lu Mu Yen was about to rest for a while, but suddenly turned her gaze towards a place not far away. There's a fight ahead, let's go and take a look. Chapter 255, Saving a Beautiful Man from Evil Clutches. Lu Mu Yen felt the aura of a human sword master and a demonic beast. After a while, the fight ended not far away and she sped up rushing over. It wasn't that she wanted to take part in the battle. She just wanted to see if she could pick up a bargain and take some jade tablets. When she approached that place, she hid her figure and slowly felt her way over. Crossing a jungle, what entered her eyes was a lake with elegant and beautiful scenery. The trees reflected in the lake, gleaming and glistening clearly. It was just that such a beautiful and tranquil scenery was broken by the few people beside the lake. Ahead of her, a man in red whose face could not be seen clearly laid motionless on the ground, and around him were 5 other men who were also immobile. Most importantly, there was a tall and burly woman with her claws outstretched towards the red-clothed man and a lecherous look in her eyes. Lu Mu Yen couldn't resist twitching the corners of her lips and asked Bing Ji, who was already dumbfounded, "That woman is a demonic beast, right?" Bing Ji shuddered. "She's indeed a tigress. That man is so miserable to be molested like that." Although Lu Mu Yen couldn't see the man's face clearly, but she could still feel his anger, so she guessed that he was probably calculated by the tigress. Beauty, just let Laonyang one enjoy you all. The burly woman rubbed her hands with a lecherous look on her face. Lu Mu Yen held her forehead. It sure was the first time she had seen a woman so unrestrained, although she was a demonic beast. I'm afraid that man won't be able to man up again in the future. Bing Ji couldn't bear to look directly and felt much sympathy for that man. Lu Mu Yen sure didn't want to watch a live spring palace painting too. She originally wanted to leave, but seeing those red clothes that were so similar to Ming Xiu's, she stopped in her steps. Want to eat a crystal core of a tier 7 demonic beast? She raised an eyebrow and looked at Bing Ji. Bing Ji swallowed. Want to eat? Then I'll hand that tigress over to you. Lu Mu Yen ripped Bing Ji off her shoulder and directly tossed him out. And it's also perfect to hone your combat ability. Don't tell me that a tier 8 demonic beast like you can't even beat a tier 7 demonic beast. If you can't win, then don't return. Bing Ji flew, and just as he was about to quickly fly away, he heard Lu Mu Yan's words, so he could only follow the trajectory of owner's toss and fly over. But my demonic energy has been sealed. He didn't want to fight a tigress. What if the tigress took a fancy to him? Lu Mu Yan's lips curled up and smiled, telepathically saying, but you're ultimately still a tier 8 demonic beast. If you can't even beat her, you can really go die a bit. The threat in her tone made Bing Ji shudder. Who? Suddenly, an unknown flying object sprung out, and the burly woman who had already torn apart the red-clothed man's clothes raised her head and said fiercely. Bing Ji could only toughen his skin and stand firmly in the air with his small head raised and disdain in his eyes. You, a tigress, really makes us demonic beasts lose face. You even use force against men. Humph, where comes a bitch parrot that dares to butt into Laonyang's business? I'll cook you once I'm finished here. Obviously, Bing Ji was only like a weak chicken in the eyes of the burly woman. Bing Ji, you really lose face as a divine beast. When you go out in the future, don't say I'm your owner. Lu Mu Yan's telepathic words added fuel to the fire. Meow Meow said, that stinky bird is a good-for-nothing. Owner, don't expect him to be able to deal with that tigress. That's right, maybe he'll really be cooked by the tigress. Shua also joined in the fun. Bing Ji's old face flushed red. He was deeply belittled by his teammate just like this. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Humph, you tigress, don't you dare continue to bullying this male beauty. Bing Ji was dealt a great blow by them and manifested that into anger as he turned into his true form. A brilliant and beautiful ice one appeared in midair. The eyes of the burly woman who originally didn't care suddenly lit up, divine beast. Then she immediately smacked her lips with pity, but a pity that you can't transform into a human. Go to the side to play, don't hinder me from enjoying the male beauty. You shameless tigress, watch this little master punish the wicked and eliminate evil. Bing Ji didn't want to be looked down upon by Meow Meow and Shua Shua. He wanted to be the second boss. So with a wave of his wings, countless icicles immediately attacked the woman. The burly woman was in a very bad mood, having her interests being dampened. She raised her head and roared, then waved her fists directly to meet the countless icicles. The icicles were broken inch by the woman's air-shattering fist with demonic energy, then finally disappeared into powder. Bing Ji narrowed his eyes. This tigress sure had some skills. Bing Ji, go lure her somewhere else to fight. Lu Mu Yen said telepathically, if you win, I'll refine a grade 4 pill for you to take. Bing Ji was originally reluctant, but when he heard the grade 4 pill, it was as if he was suddenly given a stimulant and cursed the woman a load. You tigress is old and ugly and, I'm going to tear you apart. Bing J's blows obviously angered the tigress. Bing Ji said, "Pay," with a slovenly attitude, then spread his wings and flew towards the opposite side of the lake. The woman turned her head and transformed into a giant yellow mystic-striped tiger and chased after him. Lu Mu Yen climbed out of the bushes and blinked, muttering to herself, "She's really a tigress 3." She could feel that the other party was a tier 7 demonic beast, but she couldn't tell what her original form was. Seeing the woman transform into her original form of a mystic-striped tiger, she couldn't resist feeling sympathy for the red-clothed man. Since his red clothes reminded her of Ming Xiu, she decided to save him from the clutches of the tigress. Seeing that Bing Ji and the tigress had long since disappeared, she quickly walked towards the red-clothed man and squatted down to see why they couldn't move. What entered her eyes was a handsome face that was even more androgynous than Si Nan with a devilish aura mixed in. The gorgeous red brocade clothes tightly wrapped his sturdy but not burly body, the neckline was torn open by the previous woman, and the scenery inside was looming. A pair of seductive, amorous peach-shaped eyes were beneath his stylish sharp brows, and his half-open pink lips beneath his tall nose were extremely sexy. At this time, his face was pale, and his eyes were scarlet, probably because he was awfully angered that he was almost indecently assaulted just now. Lu Mu Yen rolled her eyes inwardly. He was indeed a beauty. No wonder that tigress was so impatient. However, she had seen countless beautiful men, and those she befriended were also mostly beautiful men. She was only astonished at first sight, but curbed her emotions. Although this man was devilishly handsome and charming, but he was still inferior to Ming Xiu. She saw that the man looked at her with surprise and slight embarrassment. A shallow smile appeared on her lips. "I'll see if you all can still be saved." Knowing that the man couldn't speak, she placed her hand on his wrist to feel his pulse. She thought it was just poisoning, but who knew that this man was actually ill? No wonder he was subdued by the tigress with his strength, his illness probably acted up. "I'll cure your poison first, but this pill isn't given to you for free. You'll have to pay me after you regain your freedom." Lu Mu Yen took out a white porcelain bottle and poured out a pill before shaking it in front of the man and saying. The man blinked his peach blossom-shaped eyes to indicate that he could. Lu Mu Yen squeezed his chin and fed him one, then walked to the other people and fed them a grade 3 spiritual cleansing pill. It only took a few breaths of time for the poison that the tigress used on them to be cured. Pu. The moment the man's poison was cured, he couldn't resist spitting out a mouthful of blood. One Laonyang is an equivalent to lousy and also an arrogant way of self-address, but for females. It literally translates to mother and father respectively, and also can be translated into your old mother and your old father when used for self-address, but it would sound weird said in certain circumstances, so I'm leaving it as its pinyin. 2. It is euphemism for paintings of bedtime activities between a married couple. 3. The word tigress is often used to describe strong, fierce women, often in a negative way. In this case, a pun exists as the demonic beast is literally a female tiger. Each time, you would feel your heart beat fast and some pain. When your cultivation base reached Sword King, the frequency of the attacks would increase to once every 3 months, and the pain also turned into a sharp pain. Lu Mu Yen looked at him with a smile yet not quite a smile and continued, as your cultivation base continues to grow, the number of times the illness has acted up has also increased. Judging from your current appearance, your illness should act up once or twice every month, especially in 2 or 3 days after a battle. You're bound to experience a pain that's worse than death. Seeing Yan Jun's beautiful eyes and pupils constrict, she added, every time your disease acts up, you have difficulty breathing, your whole body will be weak, your elemental energy can't operate in your body, and your face will gradually turn blue and purple. If you don't take the pill to control your illness, you will go into brief shock. Most importantly, you will actually be relieved of your pain, but it will take a few days to recover to your usual after each onset. Lu Mu Yen raised an eyebrow. I wonder if what I said is accurate. Yen Jun's expression didn't change, his eyes were calm, but his tightly clasped hands beneath his sleeves revealed his unsettled heart. Young Miss Lu is completely right. It would be a lie to say he wasn't shocked. Even the grade 4 physician who treated him couldn't describe his symptoms so accurately. At this time, he couldn't help but believe that she really knew what she was doing. Why do you fight so hard? Don't you know that the higher your cultivation base, the more serious your heart disease will be? When you reach Sword Venerable, maybe it might even be the end of your time. Lu Mu Yen said bluntly. Yen Jun revealed a wry, bitter smile. There are some things where I can't choose what I want. Lu Mu Yen didn't ask much. She knew the battles in large clans were very complicated, and even pulling one hair would move the entire body one. Yen Jun knew the danger but still continued to cultivate desperately. He naturally had his own reasons. True. In addition to the resources and status given by one's identity and background, there was also responsibility, and freedom to give up. Lu Mu Yen nodded in understanding. Yen Jun's eyes revealed a bit of strangeness. He obviously didn't expect Lu Mu Yen to say such profound words. After all, judging from the information he obtained, her Lu clan was only a small clan, and the Lu family loved her very much since she was a child. She shouldn't understand the intrigue of those large clans. Then what young Miss Lu means is that you can cure my heart disease. This was what he cared most about. One meaning that doing something minor might cause a huge ripple effect of sorts. Chapter 257, Payment. Then what young Miss Lu means is that you can cure my heart disease. Lu Mu Yen said with a light smile, naturally I can. If you have any conditions, you can say it. Yen Jun's amorous eyes contained a firm look. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he didn't want to let it go. Lu Mu Yen raised an eyebrow. Are you that certain it'll help to treat it? Since you, yourself, admitted that you can cure it, then you must have already made a decision. It now only depends on whether the things I give you can make your heart move. Yen Jun was a smart person, so he dared to conclude that Lu Mu Yen would help him with the treatment. You sure know how to take an opportunity. Lu Mu Yen chuckled. Before we discuss the treatment of your heart disease, shouldn't we talk about the payment for rescuing you from the tigress just now? At the mention of that tigress, Yen Jun's face instantly turned dark. This was a stain in his life. If it weren't for Lu Mu Yen just now, although he still had a trump card to not be forced by the demonic beast, but the price he had to pay would be very high. What kind of payment do you want? Lu Mu Yen already asked for a reward before removing the poison for them. At the time, he already promised, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his promises, not to mention that he also counted on her to treat his illness, although he had little hope. Just give spiritual stones. Lu Mu Yen said generously. The spiritual stones on her were pitifully few. She heard that the auction in the central city would be held in 3 months, so she should at least prepare some spiritual stones. Yen Jun's eyes were dyed with a slight smile. Just spiritual stones. Such a requirement was indeed a little low. I want spiritual stones. How much do you think you should give? Lu Mu Yen nodded. Yen Jun thought about it and said, how about giving you 10,000 low-quality spiritual stones? For sword masters below Sword Venerable, 10,000 spiritual stones could already be regarded as huge wealth. Sure. Lu Mu Yen felt that the payment given by Yen Jun was still quite high. After all, Mu Tong only spent 2,000 spiritual stones to buy that black crystal diamond and felt so pained. This was the gap between elite pupils of superpower kingdom clans. Then can we talk about the treatment now? Yen Jun said with a smile. Although his face was still pale, but he couldn't hide his devilish aura. Ming Xiao also occasionally revealed a devilish charm, but he and Yen Jun were two completely different types of people, and their temperaments were very different. Sure. It's just treatment of a heart disease, trivial. For her, it really was trivial to treat diseases that could be cured without needing to refine pills with spiritual herbs, but her words changed flavor in Yen Jun and the others' ears. Chapter 258. Treat Heart Disease. Lu Mu Yen had been observing the movements of Bing Ji with her mental energy. Although she believed in his ability, but she was also afraid of any accidents. Bing Ji usually acted pretty silly, would be rather slovenly from time to time, and would also be lazy while cultivating, but because he was the descendant of the Siam One divine beast with a pure bloodline and exceptional strength, his own abilities and innate talents weren't average. Sure enough, after a while, a big, cyan blue Isolwan bird returned with a yellow and white mystic striped tiger. Owner, I'm back. As soon as Bing Ji flew to the lake, he tossed the corpse of the mystic striped tiger on the ground, his eyes glistening brightly to ask for credit. Lu Mu Yen took out a bottle of grade 3 pills and tossed a few over. You did a good job. Bing Ji swallowed the pills in his mouth in only a bit, but still looked like he was unsatisfied, and thought about the grade 4 pill that owner said she would refine. The behavior of the one human and one beast stunned Yen Jun and the others. Young Miss Lu, are you giving grade 3 pills to your spirit pet to eat? As soon as Yen Jun saw Lu Mu Yen pour out the pills, he smelt the fragrance, and it was definitely grade 3 pills. Lu Mu Yen said, unconcerned, yeah. What's wrong? Since she was able to refine a variety of grade 3 pills, she had no more grade 2 pills. After her cultivation base entered initial phase Sword Monarch, the fire elemental energy she condensed could already be used to refine grade 4 pills. Yen Jun and the others couldn't resist but twitched the corners of their lips. He said with a smile, could you allow this one to take a look at the pills? I'll just gift you a few. Take it as a gift for your 100,000 spiritual stones. Lu Mu Yen took out a bottle of spiritual energy recovery pills and a bottle of elemental energy nurturing pills and threw them other. Yen Jun caught the bottle and poured out the two types of pills contained within it. One was pure white, while the other was a full and clear light yellow. He placed it close to his nose and sniffed it, then his eyes revealed surprise. These pills are like the Force Nourishing Pill and Elemental Condensing Pill, but it also feels a little different. A bit of admiration flashed across Lu Mu Yan's beautiful eyes. These two pills have similar effects to the Force Nourishing Pill and Elemental Condensing Pill. However, my Spiritual Energy Recovery Pill can be used by Sword Masters at Sword Monarch Cultivation Base where, using only one, it can restore at least 2/3 of elemental energy, and the Elemental Energy Nurturing Pill can not only improve one's cultivation base, but also nourish one's elemental energy and consolidate one's origins. The efficacy of these two pills is better than that of the Pill Tower's Force Nourishing Pill and Elemental Condensing Pill. As an elite pupil of a large clan, Yen Jun could naturally distinguish the grade of pills at a glance. The 4 pills that Lu Mu Yen took out were all top-quality grade 3 pills, and even a grade 4 alchemist might not be able to refine such high-quality pills. He was curious, but it wasn't good to ask more. That's natural. The Elemental Condensing Pill of the Pill Tower can improve cultivation base, but can't nourish one's elemental energy and consolidate one's origins, while my Elemental Energy Nurturing Pill could even stabilize one's cultivation base on top of the effects of the Elemental Condensing Pill. Lu Mu Yen paused, then said, and the Elemental Energy Nurturing Pill can make the elemental energy even purer, but it doesn't need to be taken long-term. About 10 pills is enough to be effective. It actually has such an effect. Yen Jun was dubious inwardly, but judging from the fragrance, quality, and grades, they indeed surpassed the force-nourishing pill and the elemental condensing pill of the pill tower. Lu Muyen chuckled and raised an eyebrow slightly. If you don't believe me, you can try one now. Either way, most of the elemental energy in your body has been depleted. I guarantee you will recover after taking one pill. Yen Jun couldn't resist twitching the corners of his lips again. It wasn't as if he had a problem to take this kind of pill that could instantly replenish his elemental energy now. Such pills were a means of saving his life. That's not necessary. Let's wait for a critical time in the future to use it. Whatever you like. After speaking, Lu Muyen swept the surrounding environment, then pointed to the direction where Bing Ji chased after the tigress and said, "I'll treat you now. I'm afraid that if I'm out for too long, the others will be worried." Then she put away the corpse of the mystic striped tiger on the ground. This was Bing Ji's trophy. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Seeing her confident look, Yen Jun pressed his lips together, then said, "All right." Since he agreed to her treatment, then he might as well give it a try. Even if he couldn't be cured, he wouldn't find trouble for her for the sake of these pills. The people found the tigress cave in the dense forest by the lake. Lu Muyen looked around and found some spars and a few golden iron tree leaves. She put them away, filled with smiles, in front of Yen Jun and the others. Golden iron tree leaves were good things and was rare even in the immortal cultivation world. Who knew where the tigress obtained it from? Yen Jun and the others didn't intervene either. After all, the tigress was killed by Lu Muyen's spirit pet. They naturally wouldn't take it by force. Moreover, the Tier 6 Isolon divine beast could even kill a Tier 7 demonic beast, which also made them very cautious. Lu Muyen was rather satisfied with the tigress cave, but she just didn't like the smell of a tiger. She took out a pink medicinal pellet, squashed it gently, and a faint fragrance wafted out. After a while, the stinky smell in the cave disappeared. Seeing that she took out pills and medicinal pellets with such familiarity, the several people believed that she knew some medical skills, but it was unknown whether she was indeed as powerful as she said she was. An array was arranged outside the cave, then Lu Muyen said to Yen Jun, "Take off your clothes." Cough cough. Hearing her suddenly tell him to take off his clothes so confidently, embarrassment rose on his face. Is this necessary for the treatment? If he didn't know that she was going to treat him, he would have thought she was going to mimic the tigress and molest him. Lu Muyen rolled her eyes. Obviously, with just your skinny body, it can't even enter this Miss eyes. Yen Jun didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Wasn't his figure very standard? Where was he skinny? Yen Jun's 5 teammates couldn't resist, and they held back their laughter. This woman named Lu Muyen was really interesting. Because of the need for treatment, although Yen Jun felt embarrassed, but he still took off his shirt to reveal his sturdy upper body. Lu Muyen sat behind him, stretched out her hand and poked it casually. Who knew that you look skinny, but you have some material after taking it off? Yen Jun's face darkened. Was he being teased? Miss Lu, let's begin. There was a trace of suppressed anger in his voice. Lu Muyen's lips raised into an arc. She precisely wanted to arouse Yen Jun's slight anger, which would be more helpful for her to pinpoint the defect in his heart. Her little face grew serious in an instant. She formed a few Taoist seals and inserted them into Yen Jun's body one by one, took out a pill for him to take, then used her golden needles to find the acupuncture points and stabbed in. When the golden needles formed a shape similar to the 8 trigrams, she stretched out her hands and gently stroked the back of the needles. A little bit of spiritual energy flowed out from her palm, and the spiritual energy containing the green mist was channeled into Yen Jun's body through the golden needles. 4 hours later, the tip of her nose and forehead were covered with a layer of fine sweat, and Yen Jun's pale face became much rosier. When Lu Muyen treated him, it wasn't as painful as he imagined. Instead, a warm spiritual energy baptized his heart over and over again, making him feel extremely comfortable. Lu Mu Yen took out a spiritual energy recovery pill and took it. Well, finish here for today. Take care of yourself a little, and well, continue tomorrow. Seeing that she took a spiritual energy recovery pill even in such a situation, the several people couldn't resist but scold inwardly. How prodigal, what a prodigal woman. Chapter 259. Oh, the personal favor. For now, on the third day, Lu Mu Yen closed her eyes and used the spiritual energy with the green mist to repair the defect in Yen Jun's heart. In the past 2 days, she had nourished his heart, precisely to prepare for repair. I'm going to start repairing your heart next. You have to endure it no matter how painful. Lu Mu Yen said before beginning. Yen Jun nodded. Don't worry, I can bear it. After Lu Mu Yen reminded him, she said no more. She applied the golden needles first to make his blood flow backwards, and the pressure on his heart continued to expand. Yen Jun's body trembled, and the expanding pain from the backward flow of blood in his vessels made him grit his teeth tightly. This kind of pain was indeed more painful than before, but as long as his heart disease could be cured, he wouldn't give up. Not long after, Yen Jun's red clothes were wet with sweat, and his face flushed abnormally. Fortunately, his other team members were kicked out by Lu Mu Yen before she applied the needles, otherwise seeing Yen Jun's appearance right now, they would definitely feel that she was acting recklessly. Yen Jun was in unbearable pain, and his whole body trembled, but with his firm perseverance, he still gritted his teeth and endured. When the heart swelled to a certain size, it stopped automatically. Lu Mu Yen probed with her mental energy to find the defect, then immediately injected the green mist into his body, circulating and repairing around the heart continuously. Her hands weren't idle either as she continuously changed the positions of the golden needles to cooperate with the green mist to repair. Most of the spiritual energy in her body was used, and she took time to pour a spiritual energy recovery pill into her mouth, then continued to heal. Time passed bit by bit, and after 10 hours, the backward flow of blood returned to normal, the flushing on Yen Jun's face gradually faded, and his complexion returned to the ruddiness of a normal person. The swollen heart shrunk back to its original size little by little, but with a little observation, one could see that the missing part of the heart had been filled in, and a layer of faint green energy surrounded it, nourishing the beating heart. Lu Mu Yen pulled out the last golden needle, and only after she finished her work, did she realize that her whole body was also wet with sweat. She sighed inwardly. It seemed that this method was still very labor-intensive, but as long as she'd entered the core formation stage, she would be able to relax a lot more. She still couldn't wait to improve her cultivation base. After taking a pill, she sat cross-legged to recover her spiritual energy and physical strength. Yen Jun opened his tightly closed eyes, filled with extreme delight. He performed a few macrocosmic orbits around his body with his elemental energy and found that his heart was no longer weak and in pain as if it couldn't bear the energy. He knew that he was no doubt a normal person now. Your heart has only just been repaired. In the next 3 days, it's best to not use too much elemental energy. Lu Mu Yen noticed that Yen Jun was running his elemental energy in his body and furrowed her brows, reminding. This man normally looked rather composed, how could he not understand this sort of common sense? Yen Jun suffered from having a fragile heart since he was a child, so he couldn't help but be overjoyed when he was suddenly cured. Hearing Lu Mu Yan's reminder, he immediately retrieved his elemental energy. Thank you for your reminder. I lost my composure just now. Lu Mu Yen ignored it and sat quietly to recover. Yen Jun stood up and moved his muscles and bones, then looked at her gently and walked out of the cave alone. The moment Yen Jun exited, the several people waiting outside the cave quickly surrounded him. Young lord, how was it? Yen Jun's face was filled with rosiness, but his inner excitement calmed down a lot. My heart disease has been cured. What? Fantastic. The man who had asked Lu Mu Yen for help had an excited look on his face. I didn't expect that woman to have such skills. They were actually prepared for the treatment to fail while they waited outside the cave. Such a surprise was indeed truly fantastic. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Yen Jun's thin lips rose into a smile. She is indeed quite surprising. Not only was she surprising, but she also hid her abilities well. He suspected that the grade 3 pills that Lu Mu Yen didn't even care about were refined by herself. Young lord, what should we do next? One of them asked. Yen Jun stroked his chest, where the position of his heart was, and his face revealed a rare tranquility. Wait for her to rest before making plans. She is worthy of the Yen clan's friendship. Simply based on her attainments in arrays and as a physician, it is indeed the best choice to befriend her. A young man who spoke few words among the five said. I understand. The next day, Lu Mu Yen opened her eyes and stood up, then walked out of the cave. Young Miss Lu, how have you recovered? Yen Jun had been outside the cave the entire time. When he saw her come out, he revealed a smile, and his androgynous, handsome, and devilish face even set off the surrounding flowers as dim and colorless. Lu Mu Yen smiled lightly and said, I've recovered pretty well. Is there anything unusual about your body? No. I feel that after my heart was healed, I feel much more relaxed completely. The bottleneck that he had suppressed for a long time had also begun to loosen, and he believed that he would be able to break through to Sword Sovereign in another month or two. Then that's good. Yen Jun walked to Lu Mu Yen and handed her an interspatial bag. Only have 50,000 spiritual stones with me right now. I'll pay you the remaining 50,000 when I leave this competition space. Sure. Lu Mu Yen took the spiritual stones without being humble. This Yen Jun really was rolling in money. Young Miss Lu, I still owe you a personal favor. Do you want to use it now? Yen Jun leaned against the cave wall languidly with a lazy expression. Lu Mu Yen smiled and said, Oh, the personal favor for now, I don't need it right now. She had a feeling that she might be able to use Yen Jun's favor soon, after she leaves the competition space. Later, facts also proved that her sixth sense was indeed rather accurate. Sure. Just come to Yenlai Empire to find me when you need it. Yen Jun also hoped that he would owe Lu Mu Yen this favor a little longer, so that he could have more time to develop a good relationship with her. Anything else for you? If not, I'm leaving. She had been out for a few days already, and she wondered if Lu Mu Bai and the others would be worried if they found out. Yen Jun pondered and said with a smile, We're going to find a secret place to cultivate. I wonder if young Miss Lu has any good suggestions? None. Lu Mu Yen answered decisively. She didn't want to go with the elite pupils of these superpower kingdoms at all. It would be very troublesome to snatch jade tablets with them. Yen Jun touched his nose. It seemed that he was disliked. It sure was the first time that a woman would refuse his closeness. Lu Mu Yen was indeed a special woman. Then let's look for it ourselves. He didn't force it either, but he said, as if remembering something, Young Miss Lu, can you sell us some of the spiritual recovery pills and the elemental nurturing pills you have? What are you buying it with? She didn't forget that the man said that he had given her all the spiritual stones he had. A few magic tools appeared in Yen Jun's hand. How about using a saint tool to trade? Lu Mu Yen swept the magic tools in his hand with her gaze. They were all initial phase saint tools, and the attack types weren't too strong. Finally, her eyes fell on a small bell. Is this bell a defense-type saint tool? Indeed. In fact, it can defend and attack. This bell can release a soul attack against a same-stage sword master for 3 breaths of time. If it is used well, it will be very useful in battle. It's the saint tool I'm most satisfied with among these saint tools. Yan Jun smiled softly. Lu Mu Yan saw that he looked at these saint tools as if looking at his own children, and she knew in her heart that these saint tools were refined by him. He was truly worthy to be the young lord of a first-rate smithing clan. Chapter 260. The Inexhaustible Resource Treasury. Lu Mu Yan took Yan Jun's little bell in her hand and played with it. She found that an array was added to it. So it turned out that the so-called soul attack was caused by the array. She discovered that Tianling continent used arrays in many areas, and it was even more perfected than the immortal cultivation world, even if there were very few array masters here. You're also an array master. Lu Mu Yan shook the bell and looked at Yan Jun with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Yan Jun knew that she wasn't interested in the other magic tools, so he put them away. I know a little. Mo Ling is the master of arrays. This soul-attacking array being integrated into this defense-type bell sure is interesting, she said with a light smile. You know how to refine tools? Yan Jun asked in surprise. Lu Mu Yan shook her head, only know the surface of things. How about this saint tool? To exchange for your pills? Yan Jun asked with a smile. It's all right. How much do you want to trade it for? This little bell wasn't very useful to her, but it could be given to her elder brother as a defense-type magic tool. Yan Jun thought about it and said, how about 5 of the spiritual recovery pills and the elemental nurturing pill each? The value of magic tools and pills varied from person to person, and it wasn't a loss to exchange 10 grade 3 pills for a defense-type saint tool that could also attack. Deal. Lu Mu Yan took out 2 white porcelain bottles and tossed them to Yan Jun. She had refined a lot of pills earlier. Seeing her so straightforward, Yan Jun couldn't resist but ask, young Miss Lu, just how many grade 3 pills did you refine? This sentence also implied a slight test. If Lu Mu Yan answered directly, then it meant that these pills were indeed refined by her. Have I told you that I refined these pills? After I give you 10 pills, I don't have much left either. Lu Mu Yan shrugged and said casually. Yan Jun wanted to trick her for her words, but as if she would be fooled. Then that's really a pity. Yan Jun hooked his lips into a devilish smile. Young Miss Lu can find me if you want to exchange pills for spiritual stones or magic tools whenever in the future. Our Yan clan still has this resource. Sure. Then I'll go first, see you in the finals. Lu Mu Yan said as she looked at the color of the sky. When Yan Jun still had a heart disease, he could still advance to second place in the preliminary round. Now that his heart disease had been cured, then after advancing to Sword Sovereign in the next month or 2, there was no suspense at all whether he would enter the finals or not. All right. When the finals are over, you'll go back to the Empire and give you the remaining spiritual stones. Seeing that Lu Mu Yan was so confident, Yan Jun knew that she had the means, and it wasn't difficult for her to advance into the finals. It's a promise. I'll take my leave. Lu Mu Yan chuckled lightly, then disappeared at the entrance of the cave after using flash steps. Seeing her leave, the mature and composed man behind Yan Jun said, she seems to be so sure that she can advance into the finals. It's not that easy to compete for the purple jade tablets. Yeah. As far as I know, many people had set their minds on her and Chu Han. After all, they were also rewarded with purple jade tablets after entering the top 10. Another man said. Yan Jun hooked his lips into a wicked smile. Maybe she would rather they come to snatch hers. Well, just have to wait and watch a good show. Lu Mu Yan, this woman, hid herself very deeply that even he couldn't understand her. He sure was looking forward to meeting her in the finals. He believed she would definitely give people constant surprises. Hopefully. Because Lu Mu Yan cured Yan Jun, the others had a better impression of her. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. When Lu Mu Yan returned to the cave, Lu Mu Bai and the several others all withdrew from cultivation, and was relieved to see her return. Yenner. This is a Class 2 danger zone. If you go out and run around and encounter a Tier 7 demonic beast, then it'll be dangerous. Lu Mu Bai said with slight worry. With a thought, the Tier 7 mystic striped tiger appeared in the cave. Elder brother, I've already encountered a Tier 7 demonic beast. This is its corpse, so you don't have to worry about me. The several people were stunned when they saw the Tier 7 demonic beast that had no aura on the ground. Lu Mu Yan could actually kill a Tier 7 demonic beast. This kind of progress was beyond their reach. After more than a month of cultivation, Yi Qing Han had already integrated the Yi clan's secret skill and broken through to Sword Sovereign. He stared at the demonic beast on the ground with an obscure gaze, not feeling the best. He just thought that he was able to protect her, but she still surpassed him. He took a deep breath. He still needed to work hard. The results of your cultivations in this period of time sure is good. You've all made breakthroughs. Lu Mu Yan swept the few people with her gaze and said with a smile. Yun Zimo's cold and stiff face softened a lot, with gratitude in his tone. It's all because the effects of your pills were good, that's why we can advance so quickly. Lu Mu Yan gave them 10 elemental nurturing pills each before their seclusion, making them utterly stunned, and at the same time, their cultivation bases were also firmly consolidated and promoted. He had a good feeling about Lu Mu Yan, but he knew that such a woman wasn't someone he could control at all, and it would be difficult even to stand shoulder to shoulder with. Her achievements wouldn't be limited to the eastern region. After this time's Tianling Continental Tournament for hegemony was over, she would definitely have a broader space to display her abilities. He could only silently hide his feelings for her. Wishing her well was enough. Alright, stop being so humble. Are you going to all continue to remain in seclusion, or are we going to go compete for jade tablets? Lu Mu Yan asked with a light smile. Let's remain in seclusion a little longer to improve our cultivation base a little more. It'll still be hard to meet sword masters from other kingdoms even if we go out now. Yun Zimo replied. The sword masters from other kingdoms who entered the semi-finals were basically all lurking in cultivation in the first 3 months. It was a waste of time for them to go out, and it was better to improve their cultivation now quickly, than contend for a place in the chaotic battle in another 2 months. Lu Mu Yan nodded. Your choice is right. Mu Yan, what are your plans? Yi Qing Han just felt that she wouldn't obediently cultivate in the cave until 2 months later. Although this area is dangerous, but there are quite a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual items. I want to go find them while cultivating. I'm used to cultivating in battle, so that I can also advance. Lu Mu Yan added with a smile, while you're all cultivating, you can also go to nearby places to challenge some demonic beasts that are higher in cultivation base than your own. This won't only improve your cultivation base faster, but also give you stronger combat experience. Alright. What she said was what they were thinking too, but if they went with her, they would only be holding her back, so they could only let her act alone. Lu Mu Yan and the several people chatted for a while, then began to go into seclusion again. She took 10 elemental nurturing pills and advanced her cultivation base to advanced phase Sword Monarch before she began to stabilize it. A month later, she left the cave. Owner, are we going to challenge some Tier 7 demonic beasts in the mountains? Bing Ji appeared excited. The crystal core of the tigress was refined into a pill by Lu Mu Yan. After he took it, the demonic energy in his body grew much denser. If he got more crystal cores of Tier 7 demonic beasts to refine into pills, he believed that after the seal was broken, he could advance to peak phase Tier 8. Meow Meow and Shua were also looking forward to it. Their cultivation speed was astonishingly fast with the help of pills, and also wanted to try to battle Tier 7 demonic beasts. Meow Meow was now in late phase Tier 6 and Shua also broke through to peak phase Tier 6. As long as he consumed the blood essence of 2 Tier 7 demonic beasts, he could advance. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Mu Yen acted now. Of course. This is our inexhaustible resource treasury, and below is our battlefield. A brisk smile flashed past Lu Mu Yan's eyes, and with a flash, she entered the depths of the forest. Chapter 261, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Unaware of the Oriole behind in the following month, Lu Mu Yen took her spirit pets to challenge Tier 7 demonic beasts' territories, successfully attracting the attention of the king of the forested mountains. In the Class 2 danger zone, under an abyss filled with a black aura, and in an underground demon's cave with abundant spiritual force, there was a cyan-bearded old man sitting, with a man and a woman standing below. King, recently a human woman in the forest has killed no less than 10 of our Tier 7 demon cultivators. The woman with some slender red snakes coiled atop her head spoke first, revealing great respect to the old man on the seat. The cyan-bearded old man looked calm, raised his head, and asked, "What is the strength of the dead Tier 7 demon cultivators? And what cultivation base is that human woman?" Reporting to King. All those who died were demon cultivators at initial phase Tier 7. According to the investigation, the woman was only an advanced phase sword monarch. The woman's face was a bit grim. Those trash were truly shameful. The skinny man beside her had a grave look in his eyes. She should be the human sword master who used arrays to trap and kill demonic beasts. Lu Mu Yan's reputation had long passed into the ears of many demon cultivators, and she was most famous for her array that trapped beasts. It doesn't matter if she is that person or not. Since she dared provoke us on our mountain, she naturally couldn't be let out alive. The woman snorted coldly. The skinny man said nothing and looked directly at the old man above. The old man stroked his cyan beard and smiled lightly. Let her keep messing about. We'll settle all the accounts together during the Great Decisive War. Monarch had told them long ago that they were not allowed to kill the genius sword master of the humans in person before the Great Decisive War. Since the human female sword master could kill initial phase Tier 7 demon cultivators, even if he sent out peak phase Tier 7 demon cultivators, she could still escape even if she couldn't defeat them, so why bother? If she accidentally killed a few late phase Tier 7 demon cultivators, then their Class 2 danger zone would fall behind during the Great Decisive War. King, then do we just forget about it? The woman obviously didn't want to be passive about this. Don't mention this again. As long as she doesn't take the initiative to provoke you, then you're not allowed to act. The cyan-bearded old man's eyes turned cold and warned. The woman took a deep breath, then muttered beneath her breath, "Yes." She really couldn't figure out why they wanted to let the human sword cultivator go. The Tier 7 demon cultivators who were killed were all fools. At this time, she desperately hoped that the woman would take the initiative to provoke her. After leaving the demon's cave, the skinny man said to the woman before leaving, "For now, let's concentrate on cultivating and wait for the Great Decisive War between humans and demons this time." "Humph, you don't have to pretend to be kind." The woman turned her head away and ignored him. The man shook his head speechlessly, then disappeared into the sky in a flash. The more the woman thought about it, the more it annoyed her. Her eyes were grim, and she finally turned into a red light and went in Lu Mu Yan's direction. She just didn't like a human, female cultivator being arrogant on their territory. At this time, Lu Mu Yan and Bing Ji, who had transformed into his original form, were guarding outside a bush, waiting for Shui to advance. After swallowing the blood of a few Tier 7 demonic beasts, Shui finally broke through the shackles of Tier 6 and entered Tier 7. Waves after waves of spiritual energy surged and gathered, preparing for the advancement. The woman felt the fluctuations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and accelerated her speed. After an hour, Shui's body was completely tempered, his roots were countless times larger, and the golden color of the main branch was even purer. "Owner, I succeeded," Shui said excitedly, speaking human words. "Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." Thanks, demonic plants and demonic beasts were different, as they could only speak the human language at Tier 7, but couldn't transform into a human form. Only when he reached Tier 8 could he transform into a human form, which fully reflected the difficulty of cultivating for demonic plants. "Not bad. You can also take the pills I made before too." Lu Mu Yen smiled in a rather good mood. The pills she had previously refined with the crystal cores of Tier 7 demonic beasts were only suitable for demonic beasts above Tier 6, otherwise the violent energy would be detrimental to their body, so neither Miao Miao nor Shui could take it. Humph, humph. I'll be entering Tier 7 soon too." Miao Miao stuck out a small head and said determinedly. Now she had the lowest cultivation base among all the spirit pets. She didn't want to be the bottom at all. Bing Ji rolled his eyes. "Little guy, your cultivation speed is already heaven-defying all right." The little white Zhao's cultivation speed was the fastest he had ever seen. How long had it been since she followed Owner, and she had already advanced from Tier 2 to late phase Tier 6. If this news was spread, how could the other demonic beasts live hearing that? Even he was jealous and envious, yet who would have thought that this little thing would still not be satisfied? Sure enough, as the Owner was abnormally monstrous, none of the spirit pets who followed her were useless either. He secretly decided that he couldn't be too bad either, and wouldn't be lazy in the future. Miao Miao will advance very soon. Isn't there a ready-made resource sending themselves to our door? Lu Mu Yen sneered and looked at the sky in the distance. As expected, a moment after her voice fell, a red light dashed over and fell in front of them, turning into an exceptionally enchanting woman. Shi Ji scrutinized the purple-clothed woman opposite with disdain in her eyes. "You're that human sword master who keeps slaying Tier 7 demon cultivators in our forest." "So what if I am?" Lu Mu Yen raised an eyebrow with her arms folded. The demon cultivator opposite was a late-phase demon cultivator of the snake race, which was a bit tricky, but they were still sure to win. It just so happened that Miao Miao needed a Tier 7 snake race crystal core to assist in her advancement, and this demon cultivator came at just the right time. What arrogance! Today, I'll toss you into a snake nest to taste the feeling of 10,000 snakes eating your heart. Shi Ji snorted coldly. A beautiful smile bloomed on Lu Mu Yan's stunning face, as if a lovely poppy that carried poison in its beauty. "I sure want to try it." Shi Ji's eyes grew cold, and she took the lead in launching the attack. Her mouth moved, and one only heard "chi-chi" sounds. Then countless red snakes quickly slithered out of the mountains and slithered towards Lu Mu Yen. Lu Mu Yen swept the snakes on the ground casually with her eyes, then with a thought, a wall of fire suddenly rose from all sides and engulfed the little snakes that came flying over. Shi Ji was stunned for a moment. She obviously underestimated Lu Mu Yan's strength. The coldness and killing intent in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. She turned into a giant red snake with a pure red body and flew over. Her snake eyes looked at Lu Mu Yen insidiously. "You're lucky that you can make me reveal my true form to kill you." Lu Mu Yen smiled in amusement. "I don't know why you think so highly of yourself. Revealing your true form to kill me, do I have to thank you for that?" Humph. Shi Ji didn't say much and swept her tail violently and heavily down at Lu Mu Yen. Lu Mu Yen flew out of the way, and 10 golden swords rose into the air, turning into a golden arc, slashing towards the tail of the snake. Shiji was a late-phase Tier 7 demonic beast after all. Although her body was huge, but it was extremely flexible. She avoided the sword arc and opened her mouth, biting towards Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen stepped on the golden swords, and her hands were covered with a layer of light red before throwing out punches. The fighting intent in her body was aroused. At the same time, a group of people not far away were rushing towards the direction they were fighting. "Master, the snake we were looking for is fighting with a human sword master," one of them said excitedly. The lips of the handsome, black-clothed man in front raised in an arc. "No hurry. Well, be that Oriole today." Chapter 262, Jixian. There being an unfamiliar aura approaching, both Lu Muyen and Shiji had discovered it, but it was impossible for them to join forces. They could only kill each other as soon as possible and wait to see what the hidden person wanted to do. Lu Muyen originally wanted the newly promoted Shueshue to fight against Shiji to train his combat ability, but she dismissed the idea after discovering the group of hidden people. Shiji was strong. If she didn't play her trump cards, then she could only barely tie with her. She had the ability to skip stage battle, but unfortunately, not only was the opponent's bloodline pretty good, but she was also late phase Tier 7. It wouldn't be easy to kill. "Owner, let us join the battle and make it quick." Bing Ji swept the position of the team with a chill in his eyes. Lu Muyen nodded, "Then let's gang up." In the battle earlier, she already found the feeling and skills of fighting with late-phase Tier 7 demonic beasts, so she didn't need to continue. It was only right to save some energy to deal with the few lurking human sword masters. The eyes Bing Ji looked at Shiji with were as if she had already become a pill. He spread his wings and flew high, waving his wings to continue to form and shoot endless ace arrows with boundless ace element attribute. Meow Meow was also not to be outdone. She flew out from Lu Muyen's wrist and turned into a huge, purely white python, opened her mouth, and a mist that could slow down movement sprayed out. Shiji was startled. She obviously didn't expect that Lu Muyen's 2 Tier 6 Spirit Pets abilities weren't inferior to initial phase Tier 7 Demon Cultivators. She glared and said, "You are such a shameless human. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one." She could only tie if she fought against this human woman alone, and she completely underestimated the strength of her opponent. Now that the opponent's spirit pets were constantly attacking, she was miserable, only hoping that her words would be useful. Lu Muyen chuckled and said sarcastically, "You're an idiot, aren't you? Spirit pets are also a part of my strength. I'll only be a fool if I slowly mess with you." While she spoke, the movements of her hands didn't stop. 10 golden flying swords quickly formed an 8-trigram sword array and surrounded Shiji, slowing her dodging speed and narrowing her range of movements. Soon, Shiji, who couldn't escape and inhaled the poisonous gas from Meow Meow, was shot by the ice arrows of Bing Ji, and countless bloody holes caused the pure red snake scales to fall. Shiji shrieked. She opened her mouth and a venom with a strange fragrance burst towards Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen was not only not afraid, but her eyes were instead filled with joy. She didn't expect that the venom sac of this snake demon was mutated. She had big use for it. She didn't greet the venom. A red fire lotus with a trace of purple gold fell from her hand, and after spinning a few times, it absorbed and swallowed all the venom. As the venom was swallowed, the fire lotus exuded a nice fragrance and gradually disappeared in the air. Shiji's eyes revealed horror. Because of the close-quarters combat and her sensitivity to spirit flames, she obviously discovered that there was a trace of spirit flames hidden in the fire lotus condensed from elemental energy. Her venom sac was her trump card and ultimate move, but she had a single nemesis, and that was Spirit Flame. Just you wait, you'll definitely be killed in this space during the Great Decisive War. Shiji said viciously, then her huge body shrank bit by bit into a red snake with the thickness of a finger and flew away in the opposite direction, clearly trying to escape. There's no need to make it during some sort of great decisive war, today it'll end you. Lu Mu Yen wouldn't do anything like returning a tiger back into the mountains. A glint flashed past her eyes and 10 flying swords turned into a golden stream of light, darting out instantly, as if they had been prepared for a long time, and slashed straight towards the weak point of the little snake. Shiji was shocked and barely avoided the stream of light, but her weak spot was also sliced open around a third into her skin. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, but she had no intention of continuing to fight, and she had even less desire to take revenge for the scratch. She just wanted to flee quickly and go back to find backup. Even if she couldn't kill Lu Mu Yen this time, during the Great Decisive War, she definitely would kidnap her into a snake nest to be devoured by tens of thousands of snakes. Insidious hatred rose in her heart, while Lu Mu Yen wouldn't let her leave even more. A wall of flames erupted from before Shiji and perfectly blocked her way. Shiji gritted her teeth. Seeing that there was no spirit flame she feared in the wall of fire, she wrapped her entire body with demonic energy and wanted to dash straight through the firewall. At this moment, Bing Ji, who was ready to act, opened his beak and a dark blue beam of light shot out of his mouth, aimed directly at Shiji, who was about to dash through the wall of fire. Shiji hated inwardly and used a secret skill to strengthen the hardness of her scales. She originally thought that after passing through the firewall, she could escape, but never thought that the blue beam of light would actually pass through the weak spot through her back. Her shrunken body suddenly grew larger and slammed heavily onto the wall of fire, making a sizzle sound from being burned by the elemental energy flames. Then a golden sword light shot out from underground right when she was about to escape using her last trump card and sliced her snake head down. In an instant, Shiji stared with wide eyes, and her snake body and snake's head separated as her aura gradually disappeared. Before she died, there was only one thought in her mind: why didn't she listen to the advice before she came? Otherwise she wouldn't have given her life in vain. But unfortunately, it was too late. As soon as Shiji died, Lu Mu Yen used her flash steps and dashed over. At the same time, a figure also sprang towards the direction of the giant snake. Clang! Then only a loud sound of weapons meeting each other was heard. The two figures stopped over Shiji's body, each holding a long sword. Obviously, the loud noise just now was the sound left by the two when they fought. Your Honor wants to snatch my prey. Lu Mu Yen was expressionless, looking at the suddenly appearing black-clothed man with coldness in her eyes. The man opposite was tall, handsome, and had a noble aura. Most importantly, he looked somewhat similar to Ji Yu, and Lu Mu Yen could guess who he was at a glance. Ji Xian stood in the air, like a sword that was about to be unsheathed, temporarily restraining his sharpness. Mrs. Overanxious, this one merely wants to make a deal with you. Is this how you do business with someone? Lu Mu Yen sneered, her voice cold. What? Your mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind plan failed, so now you want a force to sell, powerful to buy. This one just wanted to stop you from taking this snake demon and make a deal with you peacefully, with no intention to force a deal. Ji Xian discovered when he was watching just now that this stunning, purple-clothed woman's cultivation base wasn't that high, but she wasn't good to mess with. Even if he had any thoughts of seizing it by force at first, when Shiji died, he had dismissed those thoughts completely. How do you know that I will agree to do business with you? Lu Mu Yen said lightly, folding her arms. Ji Xian's handsome face revealed an obscure smile, and instead of answering, he asked, I wonder if Miss' name is Lu Mu Yen. Since you know, why ask? Lu Mu Yen raised an eyebrow, and her attitude was neither good nor bad. Although the opponent's elder brother and his elite team didn't die directly in her hands, but she also caused their deaths, so it was normal for Ji Xian to recognize her. I was merely uncertain. I didn't expect you to really be Lu Muyan. Ji Xian saw her use the fire wall array with ease, plus the 10 famous golden sword array, so he guessed that she was the one who killed his scheming eldest brother and was also one of the hot dark horses in the Continental Tournament for Hegemony. Lu Muyan, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.